everybody should be doing good because I know I'm doing good. I'm getting ready to interview Philip from Germany, right?
Yes, yes.
So actually, I met him through JR Reels. Oh, yeah. If you guys are on live, I want to try something a little different. Just hashtag Germany in here. Just hashtag Germany. I want to, show some love for another country real quick. So if you guys are watching this live or if you're watching on the replay, just hashtag Germany. So yeah, actually I met Philip in actually Atlanta, Georgia, all the way from Germany. He flew into Atlanta, Georgia, and it was actually, I met a lot of these the people that I interviewed at J.R. Reeves' conference. So if you don't know J.R. Reeves, just look him up and hit him up on his Facebook page. He's pretty much active everywhere, but obviously he's active because Philip saw him. I don't know exactly. He'll get into that a little bit later. I don't know exactly how he, ran into him or saw him online. I don't know whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or wherever. But the situation is he saw J.R. Reeves, and I guess he started watching some of his free training at first, I guess. And he actually ended up developing his business out of that. He grew an agency, and then I guess one connection led to a next, where actually there's another guy, which he's one of my mentors as well, is Andrew Kroeze, and he talks a lot about building Facebook groups. And Philip actually built a Facebook group, and he also did a launch, and then he made a ton of money on his launch. So it's just, one step after the next. So he's getting ready to get into his story. He's going to tell us how it began, how he grew his business, how it just pretty much, progressed. So actually we were talking a little bit before, and he was just telling me, in the beginning, the water gets very, very cold. And he said, the water gets warmer. And so I just want him to get into that and, just start from, I guess, the cold water to the warm water to, I guess, right now, he's in the hot water. So I just want to open up the floor to Philip and go ahead and, just tell us how you began.
Cool, Mike. Thank you so much for the long introduction. I have nothing to say now anymore. No, I'm just joking. Thank you for having me here on this live. It's actually my first live from Germany to the States. And I happily share my story with you guys and with Mike. I met Mike in October last year, October 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia, because I was flying over to meet finally one of my, or the first mentor, the first coach I had. His name is J.R. Rivas, and I, owe him a lot. All the credits here, and a big shout out to JR. And my story is the following: all the journey started when over a year now, when I was as an employee. I sold electromobility all over the world, to the States, to Australia, and I was an employee, and I was at this sales seminar of this German guru. He's the Grand Cardone of Germany, if you want to say so. And I went to his sales seminar, and it was in July in 2017. Sorry, July 2017. It was the first time I just got in contact with all these, online marketing or digital marketing or whatever. It was a seminar for salespeople, and it was on the weekend and on Saturday and Sunday. And at the last 5 minutes on Sunday, we were all, full with content, and we were tired and wanted to go home. And he just said, "I want to give you one last tip." And we were thinking, okay, get done, buddy. We are tired, and we have an hour of drive home. And he said, okay, the last tip I gave you on Sunday evening is, I grew my business from 1.3 million a year to 12.7 million a year in just 17 months time period. And we were just, what? Is this a joke or what? And he said he did it, or he achieved it, with social media marketing. And this was the time, was the first contact where I decided, at this evening when I drove home the hour, I decided, okay, I have to go in. I have to gain some knowledge in this business. And it was really interesting for me. And what I started then, maybe it's the law of attraction, but since that day, since the first contact, I was surfing the internet, the Facebook and so forth. And the next day it was a Robert Kiyosaki post. Maybe you know Robert Kiyosaki. and it was a he was in a cooperation with Anik Singhal. It's one of the digital marketers from the States as well. And I bought my first course. I invested the first over $2,000, and I, gained the knowledge. My first, it was, to tip my toes into these new business. And I searched and soaked and everything. And I came from this Singal to finally to ClickFunnels, the software, the funnel software. And after I was coming to ClickFunnels, I finally found, one of the biggest affiliates of ClickFunnels. It was Jay Arribas, and I finally found his YouTube channel, and soaked it up from the first video to the last. And then, like a miracle, out of the blue, I contacted JR, and he just wrote me back on Facebook and said, out of the blue, let's jump on a call, on a Zoom call. I have 15 minutes right now, and I even didn't know what a Zoom call is, because Germany is 2 to 3 years behind with all the technology and everything. And I asked, I would love to chat with you, but what is a Zoom call? And he, I downloaded the software, and finally I got through with my microphone and the camera and everything. And JR was talking to me, my idol, if you want to say so. And I just asked him, I saw all your stuff on your YouTube channel, and you explained something about affiliate marketing and about some agency stuff. What do you recommend? At this time, it was a week later or so that I got kicked out of my job as an employee, out of the blue. It was the company which did not run well, but I was in sales, and they did 1 million in revenue just to sell electromobility all over the world. And I was good in sales, and therefore JR recommended to me to, when you're good in sales, he told me, you go into the agency thing, because you can earn, fast money and lots of money. And then I decided at this point, okay, I want to go into this agency thing. And I knew at this point that JR was, I think he was the first 10K achiever of Dan Henry's course. And therefore I invested in Dan Henry's course as well. It was the second investment. No, I did investments in the meantime, I can remember. But this course of Dan Henry, I bought in April, 25th of April in 2018. And I, soaked it up again, and I was now at this time unemployed, meaning I had to push, I went all in at this time. I said, okay, this is now the chance and the opportunity, a lifetime chance for me. I am in the security safety net of Germany, but I want to get out as soon as possible and crush it with this new thing over here, to be able to generate leads, potential new customers or clients for any local business here in Germany. Was a huge, or is always still a huge positive impact or service what you can offer and deliver to German local businesses, even Austrian and Switzerland local businesses, all the German speaking countries. And I was a consultant before I was in sales. I was a consultant and consulted local business owners to help them to to help to get their company going again, or that they can have how can I tell? I was consulting companies, and they were very glad that I consulted them with my knowledge. I have a master degree in business administration, but this is a totally trap. As I told you in Miami when we saw the last time, our education system is horrible. And I'm sitting here, I'm earning 10 times the money I earned as a consultant. I have more freedom. I have the life I love. And it's a trap. What we got, we we get as an education nowadays to be good in school, have good grades, then you're able to study, and you're able after the study to get a good job and make a good career, and then you're in the rat race, right? When you in as an employee, I never saw one guy being a multi-millionaire or really successful and as an employee. So this is definitely a trap, but I didn't know what to do. So therefore I'm really happy and glad now to see it through this lens, that this is all a trap, but this is a totally completely story. What I want to tell you is, yeah, I bought the course end of April. Then in Germany it was the GDPR thing, meaning we had this huge catastrophical situation that Germany was saying, okay, you have to or just use specific software which is GDPR compliant. Then I had to kick out some software like ClickFunnels and ActiveCampaign and just structure my whole process in a new way. And then I started in end of May with the agency, when my new process was structured in a new way. And in 33 days, I hit the first 10K in revenue or nearly profit. You know, as an agency owner, you don't have that high fixed costs, meaning you just need, you know, your software, and that's it. It was maybe 100 or 200 bucks in a month, and I did 10K, so nearly all is in revenue. And from since that point, I knew for sure that this stuff is working, and this is a service which is really in high demand. And what I did before was I focused and decided for just one niche, and I can highly recommend it to anybody who is watching right now or seeing it in the replay. Everybody should, you know, focus on just one niche in specific way, you know, because when you have one niche, you gain a lot of knowledge in this niche, because you're on the phone with just always the same owners of this company. I decided to offer my service to gyms or fitness studios, and then it has many positive aspects. If you just niche down to one niche, is you get this word in, you get the problems from them, you know how exactly you have to talk with them, and you either and you even build a reputation even more. And this is exactly what I learned in the courses, and what I did. And I got my first testimonials from the gym owners, and then, you know, I focused on gym chains, you know, franchise chains. And since then, you know, literally it skyrocketed, because I had the first testimonial and the second and the third, and then they were reaching out to me. When I did all what I learned in the courses, you know, to the different possibilities to reach out, you know, via email or phone or Facebook Messenger or whatever, a Facebook group or whatever. And then, you know, I scaled up from 10K in the first months, then 13 or 14 in the second, and more. And in the fourth month, I had over 37,000 euros in revenue. And it was in September last year, and I was so overwhelmed what was possible nowadays with this kind of service. And what I did then is, in September I decided, I saw JR's advertisement for his first mastermind in Atlanta, and I said, you know, I have now the freedom I wanted. I'm able to work from all over the world just with my laptop and a Wi-Fi connection, and I have a lot of money in my bank account, and I want to meet this guy in person. And this was the best decision, not just to soak all the knowledge from the States, because, you know, as I said before, you're definitely 2 to 3 years ahead or in front of all the other countries all over the world in regards of online marketing, because all these softwares, all these, you know, social media things are coming from the States. And I said, okay, I want to give back. I want to meet this guy in person. And I didn't know that is such a huge event. I just thought, as he mentioned, it is a mastermind for just 30 people. And he, he didn't even have to sell me on his sales page, because for me, it was just so crystal clear that I have to meet these guys. And I booked the ticket. The flight was 11 hours. I booked me the hotel and everything, and then I was in this room. I was sitting behind you, the next row behind you, Mike. I can't exactly remember, but you sitting on the left side in front of me. And then JR came in, and I was like, what the fuck, it was just an amazing experience for me, and all the other guys, in this room, 50 people. The best online marketers, or some of the best online marketers, there were since then I know all by heart, or we are really good friends. There was 6, 7, even 8-figure business owners in this mastermind. I can tell, I Cody Neer, and all the great speakers, Jeff Miller or Andrew Kroeze, Robb Quinn, everybody was there. And since then I'm totally I'm totally into this game and love this game. And this was one of my best decisions I made for last year. It was in October, and we went to Top Golf with the guys, and we had so much fun. And yeah, since then, I decided there and then in Atlanta to give my knowledge to more and more people, because it was for me the decision to take. And I talked with Andrew Kroeze in this mastermind and in Atlanta. And afterwards, I reached out to Andrew, because he convinced me in his presentation that he is my next coach. And I'm so super pumped about it, to be able, because of these, first thing for me to fly over to JR in Atlanta, to get in contact with these kind of people, these kind of coaches, now these kind of friends, and to soak always new knowledge from different coaches. As of right now, I'm sitting here, I've invested nearly $20,000 dollars into knowledge, into courses, into seminars, and so forth. And it is crucial. I want to tell you, it is crucial to always invest first to reap the fruits afterwards. It's a game, and I love this game because I always wanted to, gain more and more knowledge, and always learn more. Lifelong learning is so important for, growth and in business, or in your private life as well. And I invested in Andrew Kroeze's Authority Accelerator. He's a, I don't know, I don't find any words for my coaches. JR, Andrew Kroeze, they are just awesome guys in a personal way. And when you have contact with them every week, and you can shoot them messages when you have any questions, and they answer you, and then you recognize that this is a friendship when you struggle. When you have coaches, I always try to find coaches which are at least one level, even 2 levels in front of me, with mindset or revenue or whatever. And at the beginning, it is just overwhelming for me to learn this new stuff. But then when you have your downs, because all the success is an up and a down curve, it's not always like this. It's like in a roller coaster. But when you have downs, and you can reach out to your coaches, and they have the right answers, and they know exactly where you stand. And this is so crucial for success. And good coaches is crucial. And I built my Facebook group, I built out my online course, and to be able not just to satisfy German speaking local businesses with the service of getting new clients or new leads, I was recognizing that I have to duplicate myself. I have to copy myself to give people, more and more people, my knowledge and therefore the chance to get out of their rat race when they're not satisfied with their employee job or whatever, and offer the service for their, niches or local businesses in their area or whatever. And I was in December. I was 4 weeks traveling with my friends just to reset, to be grateful what I have achieved last year. I came back in Christmas on the 23rd of December after Colombia and Panama, and traveling around and staying on lonely islands and just focus on other important things in life. Friendship is really important for me. And then I worked my butt off literally to get my course running. And I had a crowd of, I don't know how many people were in my Facebook group at this day, but I did exactly what Andrew was coaching me. And I opened the gates to my online course where I, offered, German speaking students all my knowledge I gained the last months and years from all my different coaches, JR, and, all the YouTube stuff and dance stuff and everything. This is actually here the award from Dan Henry, the 25K award, which you just get when you get revenue over 25K in one single month. And I had to prove it and send it all my transactions of my bank account that I did nearly 38K. But this is where I'm really proud of. And I opened the gates to my own course on the 14th of January this year. And I just was searching for 15 highly motivated people who had time and who had the energy. And, best is you have some skills in sales as well. Then I knew I let 15 highly motivated people in, and I want to, show results as soon as possible that my course works. And what came out, the result was that not 15, I had to let in 23, not 15, because they were just messaging me, let me in, because it was such a low price at the beginning just to get people in. And the results we have now on the table, the best of my course, the best students, they did just a girl from Switzerland, Melanie. I'm really proud of her. She's crushing it. She did just 5 weeks. She did nearly 20K in revenue. The second best is Alexander. He did in 4 weeks 9K. And Chris, he did over 5K. The other Christian, he did over 6K in just 4 or 5 weeks. So this shit works, and this shit works here in other countries of the world as well. And since then, I have now in my course, in my program, over 50 people, and I raised the price at the moment. It's on the market for 2,400 euro to get in my course, into my group coaching, because I offer coaching as well. And, as I learned from Andrew. And as of right now, I partnered up with a new coach. His name is Nick Robbins. I'm so fucking stoked that I have such a coach. He's a multi-billionaire and really, really, he's crushing the game. He's a godfather in this business, in this agency, and he's coaching me right now. So I'm really grateful and happy, and to have such an circle right now. And as I forgot the story of Miami, because we were finally meeting up in Miami at the Kroeze Con again. And I don't know when was, I know for sure Miami was the first weekend in March, right?
Yeah.
And this was another thing to just celebrate, that you can have a life as you wish or can imagine, when you just follow the steps or the paths, what your coaches tell you. It's like a recipe. I always tell it's like a recipe, meaning if you want to have a specific meal, like, you know, say spaghetti carbonara, then you don't know anything about how to cook it. But if you reach out to your best restaurant, to the cook of this best restaurant where you always enjoy these specific meals, and ask the cook to be your coach, and he gives you the recipe, and you follow the recipe exactly the same steps. You know, you take the onions for 10 minutes into the pan and make it, and so forth, and he is looking over your shoulder and shows you exactly the way. After you follow the recipe from your coach, you finally will have the spaghetti carbonara on your table, and it will taste delicious. And um, this is always what I tell the guys, you know, invest in great coaches and you will see it works, and always invest in yourself and you will get 5x or 10x, or even, I don't know, I didn't calculate what X I have right now, but it's huge, you know, it's just huge. And I'm so grateful for this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I know you talked about my introduction, but you took a long introduction. So
This was not an introduction, Mike. This is actually from a story. We can just close the window now.
yeah, but I know I took a couple of notes during your story and everything. I know, you know, it just seems like, you know, you kept progressing and progressing. I mean, at what point? I mean, did you say, well, or what? I guess what point in your progression did you say this is really going to work? Because I know you said you were unemployed a little bit, and I don't know if in the beginning did you have a job or you just lost your job. But I mean, I mean, at what point in your progression did you just say this is really going to work? I need to go hard at this, and or what? You know, I mean, what you know, what just at what time did it just click? You know, when did you say, oh, this I got it now?
Yeah, it was the first campaign I ran, because I didn't know anything. I reached out to the first gym owner and offered him a free trial, a free week of, you know, my service. And I bombarded him with questions to get into this whole, you know, gym owner thinking and wording and everything. And I, you know, built up my first campaign for this specific gym. And today I'm, you know, running for this gym campaign as well. So it's over a year now, but we are still in contact. This is awesome. And yeah, the first campaign I ran for this specific gym, it was fucking crushing it. You know, after 6 days, we had 60 leads. After 10 days, we had 90 leads. And he said to me, please stop. We don't have the process. I don't have the capacity to call the leads and so forth. And I overwhelmed him so much that I knew, wow, this is working. This is really working. And, you know, these are all people in this specific city who gave us the name, the email address, and the phone number to get these specific offer, the bait. And I said at this very moment, okay, this is working. This was proof for me. And this was the time as the parachute opened. And you know, since then, I just got my first testimonial of him. I reached out to the same group of, you know, business owners. And yeah, since then, I think I did 5 trials that I got 4 or 5 testimonials. And then I said, okay, the first week is not free anymore. I have to charge because I have this software and blah, blah. And since then I offered just 1 week because everything was totally new, meaning nobody knew about this service. So I scaled up from a free trial to a paid trial week, and then I lengthened from 1 week to a month, and then from 1 month to 3 months, and so forth. And this is, you know, you take these little baby steps at the beginning, but since then I knew this process works, and then I got paid, you know, in the 33 days 10K, and then I knew for sure, okay, this is amazing.
Wow, that's an interesting story. I know you talked about, because I guess that's a lot of people's I guess drawback and setback is like, well, you know, I'm having trouble prospecting, and then when I do get a prospect, it's like, what do I do? How do I serve them? There's like, you know, and then you talked about going down into one niche. It's like, even if I do have one niche, I guess a lot of people don't have a lot of confidence. So I guess you built up confidence. So originally, I guess when you first started, because I heard you say that you're asking this gym owner questions and stuff. It's like, just trying to get in his mindset. So had I guess up until that point, had you ever ran any Facebook ads or anything like that for anybody else, even your own self, or just you just kind of
I just knew it, in a theoretical way from the course, but this was actually my first practical, campaign. And I built up it was with ClickFunnels landing page and thank you page. But then after this campaign, I changed just to Facebook lead ads. And yeah, it was my first experience. And I said, what the heck? It's just, they're pouring in the leads.
That's interesting you say that, because I mean that's what a lot of people talk about, and I've said this before too. Is like you guys just need to get out there. You need to try. It's like just start something, even if it's campaign wasn't successful. It seems like Philip has the mindset where it's like I'm gonna get this until it is successful. And yeah, it happened. I mean, it might have been he might be a 1% or whatever. 1%. Everybody else might be 99%. But the thing is, the situation is you still just got to try. I mean, you may not know what you're doing, but I mean, even in you trying, that's a step you can learn. So that's interesting that you said that. And just for the fact that, I just had to touch on this, for the fact that you didn't even know what Zoom was. I mean, he said, pretty much didn't even know what Zoom was. And
Mike, my first time today on Be Live, I didn't be on this Be Live before. So it's all, a little bit later here.
And that's the thing. I just heard somebody say, I was driving earlier this morning. It's like you just got to step out of your comfort zone. So I mean that's what it is. I mean it's not necessarily just doing stuff. It's like well I'm going to do stuff that I'm scared about. But I mean not even that, man. It's just stepping out of your comfort zone. Once you step out of your comfort zone, somebody recently said once you step out of your comfort zone, it's not you doing anything anymore. You leave it up to the circumstances. So the circumstances are in control. Because once you get out, you don't know what to do. You don't know what to expect because you're out of your comfort zone. So that's pretty interesting that Philip is he's constantly doing. But I mean, if you look at him, he said look at what he's doing here. Where he said that he pretty much he ran a campaign that he really didn't know how to run. He ran a campaign for another successful business. And a lot of people have a lot of drawbacks with that. I don't know how much money the gym owner put in. It's like, well, you're using another business owner's, money. But the thing is that business owner is going to use that money for something. So why don't you try to help them, assist you? Because I mean, really, you're killing two birds with one stone. I mean, yeah, some people look at it and say, well, you're using the gym owner, a business owner's money to get your training. But I mean, the situation is the money is going to go to waste. I mean, yeah, I guess you can say, well, they're going to pay Facebook. Facebook's going to use the money. But I mean, still, maybe you're killing three birds. You're paying Facebook. He's, trying to grow his business and you're giving somebody else training. So the way I look at that is, it's pretty much that money is going to go somewhere. It's going to go to waste either way. So at least Philip, had already put the time and the effort into training. And he knew what he was going to do, or at least he tried, to train. So even if the campaign wasn't successful, I'm pretty sure that the training actually showed him the training that he watched, whether it was from JR, whether it was from Andrew, or whether from whoever else, the German guy that he mentioned, the salesman. I mean, the situation with that is, he took the training on that specific area. The business owner, he knows how to grow his business or he knows how to run his business. But Philip actually knows how to help him market his business. So I don't think, some people say that's a bad investment to pay, for some, but leave it up to the business owner. It's not for you to say. So in this situation, you see that Philip actually grew the gym owner, which I've heard a few other people say that where they actually ran, Facebook campaigns and they were so successful that the business owner told them to turn the ads off. It's like, we can't receive all these leads. So there's a lesson for you guys too. Is like, if you understand and you're confident in what you can do, let the business owner know. It's like, you're doing campaigns and stuff. Some of the campaigns you ran in the past, or either some of the, maybe you haven't ran them yourself, but the person that you're following and the training that you're watching, some of the training that, or the person that is training, they ran those campaigns. So just let the business owner know. It's like, I can bring you leads and you get so many leads that you want to turn the ads off. So let them know that in the beginning. Is like, do you have a capacity to handle these leads? Because if you go up and tell a company that, is like, who is this guy? He's like, he's telling me he's going to bring me so much business that I'm going to tell him to stop. So, I mean, that's a, one selling point right there. So, I wanted to touch on, I guess, just the educational system. I know I'm pretty sure everybody knows Tai Lopez. Everybody talks about Tai Lopez. Actually, I have ran into a few people who actually don't know who Tai Lopez is. Actually, I was in California the last time, and they were like, "Why are you here?" I was like, "I'm for a Tai Lopez event." They're like, "Who's Tai Lopez?" Then we were in Miami, and actually, I guess it was the Uber driver. Which, I mean, obviously, even in Miami, Grant Cardone did a lot, with the 10X conference. He had billboards up about, they were on billboards, around Miami, the city, and all that stuff. And our Uber driver was driving us to what is it, the Marlins Park, and we asked her, it's like, she's like, "Why are you here?" Like, "We're here for, Grant Cardone." She's like, "I know him." And we mentioned Ty. She was like, "I have no idea who that is." It's like his face is on the billboards. Like, you've seen the bill. At least she was like, "No, I've never really heard of him." So it's like, I guess some people really don't know who Ty is, but still, he talks a lot about the educational system. And you said the educational system's horrible in Germany, but I mean, I don't think it's that much better here now. Here in America, in the States, I don't think it is at all. So and they don't teach you what you need. Like we were talking, before we got on, we were talking about how society in itself just pretty much they teach kids how to, just from kids. They actually teach us in adolescence at young age. They teach us to go to school. You have to be, at school a certain amount of time. If you don't go to school, your parents will go to jail, and you're still going to have to go to school. So it's pretty much, and then when you go to school, or, elementary school, then middle school, then, you go to high school, then you go to college. It's like they just have a plan for us, pretty much, you do this, you do this, you do this. And just being an entrepreneur and stepping outside of that box. Because once you graduate from college, they say, yeah, you need to go work a job. Then what do they tell you on the job? You learn that you need to come to work between this time. So, I mean, it's like, it's just, pretty much you're in prison, even though a lot of people don't look at it like, well, you're not prisoner, they're paying you and you're doing all that. But I mean, still, you can't do what you want to do. I mean, you can't go to bed when you want to go to bed, because if you go to bed, you're not going to be able to function when you want to at your job, or you may oversleep or something on your job. So the situation is your job is controlling your life. So, and you just heard Philip say that he actually got to travel the world. I mean, that's something that if you work a job, you cannot do that because you only have a certain amount of vacation days. Now you can say, well, I can go here and go there, for a certain amount of time. I can go here for a few days. Then, on this date, then, I can save my other days and go here, a little bit later on in the year. But I mean, that's the thing. Philip is telling you that he has freedom right now. So I guess just, touching on the educational system, I mean, as far as what are your goals as far as educating? Because I know you have students and everything like that. I mean, what is your goal as far as educating anybody, just educating people in general? I mean, do you have a plan for that? Do you have, how are you going to do that? And do you feel that it's necessary to do that?
Yeah, the goal is for this year to just to bring as much people into my program, to help as much people to free themselves and experience the lifestyle which is possible nowadays. To to, to get the regional freedom, the timely freedom, and the financial freedom, where you just be able to work from wherever you want. And my goal is to help at least 250 people this year with my program to get out of the rat race and just coach them as good as possible to finally see the life. I say, to get them out of the matrix, as you want to say, so.
And, and I guess I was pretty much listening to you as far as your students. I mean, this is the type of coach that you want. I mean, you don't hear too many coaches, gurus, whatever you want to call them. You don't hear too many trainers actually know the successes and the results of their students. I mean, he named about 4 or 5 students, and he knew it down to the number, specifically what they made. So, I mean, you guys need to reach out to him, if he's, this is the type of coach that you want. Because, I mean, you can see that he cares about his students, because he knew exactly how much, they made, pretty much, what they made. So, I mean, I guess, obviously, you have a heart for coaching. And I guess, how did you know it was time to actually transition from, just the agency owner into a coach? Because I know a lot of people want to do that. Some people, some people say, well, I don't want to coach, but I mean, I guess they still feel led like to coach, train people. So, I mean, what was it for you that said, I need to start helping people and training people and coaching people?
First of all, I want to say that I'm still in the agency business. I run my campaigns just because I have fun doing it, meaning to just see what happens in this market, new softwares, new tricks, new things. And I did it with different niches in the meantime because I wanted to prove that I just cannot generate leads for just the gym niche. Then I did it for, a cosmetic studio, massage studio, even for a drummer coach, for real estate agents. You name it, just to prove before I launched the course to be able to generate leads for many niches. It's just always the same. Nearly this. The template is the same. It's just a new offer and a new wording and so forth. But the structure works, and I wanted to prove that first. And then, to be honest, the story was that my brother was my first student. My brother is or was in selling insurances 10 years, and he quit last year in June because he said he's sick of this job, and I taught him as my first student what I learned before. And I was saying at this time, he quit his job in June. He had in October over 16K in profit. So I was sure when I can teach him, I can teach anybody, because brothers are it gets loud, it gets rough, and blah, and therefore, and then I was sure I can teach this stuff to anybody. And I was flying over to Atlanta, where we finally met the first time, with the idea, what is my next step. And I was talking to JR, I was talking to Andrew Kroeze and so forth. And finally, I decided in Atlanta, okay, my next step is to just help more people, helping more local businesses with, pushing the revenues and the business. And this is, to be honest, the best service you can offer, when you just help people and help businesses to grow. And it makes me happy every day to have this possibility. I'm waking up every day at 5 a.m. and just say, what are my goals for today, and focus on them. And I'm still alive, even if I work 16, 17 hours a day, and it makes me happy.
Well, let me ask you this question, as far as, because I know a lot of people, they actually don't make it, a lot of people aren't successful. Why do you feel that a lot of people are not successful? Why do they fail at their goals? Why do they never, or why don't they accomplish their dreams? What's your reason for that? What's your answer to that question?
Yeah, the answer is, it takes five secrets to be successful. If you have just 4, you fail. For me, you have to have all 5. The number 1 is the maybe most crucial one, is the mindset. And this is why I read a lot. I don't watch television the last 13 years or 12 or 13 years. I just read. I try to read at least 3 to 4 books a month, because I'm really deeply into self-development. The Tony Robbins stuff, the Jack Canfield stuff, the Bob Proctor stuff, all this stuff. Why? Because I have decided for myself, I want to get better every day. The mistakes and faults I did yesterday, I don't want to make today and not tomorrow as well. So it's an improving every single day. And this is a mindset thing, meaning you have to be positive. And it's when you see the glass of water half full and not half empty, then you are ahead of many people. And this is so crucial to have this mindset. We as human beings, we have the chance in comparison to plants or to animals, that we can, change our thoughts proactively, meaning we can decide if a situation which happens to you is good or bad. The animal and the plant have not this ability. We human beings, we have this. And when you are clear with you and with your life and what is your mission, your purpose, and what is your goals, and you work with these kind of stuff, you get this mindset that you're unbreakable, and this is the number one of getting success. Number two is you have to set goals. When you don't set any goals, you wake up every morning and don't know what to do. I always tell the story of you are a small boat on the huge ocean, and when you don't have goals, you don't know where to set the sail or how to, steer in which direction. And the ocean, the waves, and everything, they're just chugging you around, and you are lost in the ocean. So when you have goals, and I recommend to have written goals, you have to write them down. And to be honest, these are my children's behind me, and I write down my goals every day in the morning and in the evening before I go to bed, because you have to know what you want from your life, and we have to see that we are just a traveler or a visitor on this planet. It's not, our life is limited, and therefore I decided I make the best out of it, and I have to get this and this and that in my life, and then I write it down. And this is, number 2 of the 5. And number 3 is I have daily routines and habits. Meaning I wake up every morning at 5 a.m., I jump out of the bed and have a routine. I have to make the first hour, the first 60 minutes, I do exactly what Robin Sharma is telling me. He wrote a book and he published it just for maybe 1.5, 2 months ago. It's the 5 a.m. Club. And he says in this book, and he says it on all his YouTube videos, that you have to have routines and habits. And there are bad habits on this planet, and there are good habits on this planet. And if you have bad habits, for example, you smoke cigarettes, or you drink a lot of alcohol, or you watch TV, or you're shouting at your family, or whatever, you can stop. With these bad habits. And if it's just one bad habit every year which you stop, and instead of a bad habit, you build up a good habit. For example, instead of smoking, you jog or whatever, or you read, or you go into self-development and so forth. And this is the routine to get better every day is number 3. Number 4 is, as I mentioned before, always have coaches and trainers and mentors. Like I told you the story with the recipe. Why make all the mistakes yourself when you have a coach who shows you the path, the way to success? You just follow him, and you will get the same results. It's that easy, And number 5, which is probably most important, even more important as number 1, is to just take massive action, to just go all in and crush every day out, grind every day out, and work your butt off. And these are my 5 secrets, which is not a thing you develop overnight. You have to work them out, and I didn't get them overnight or from day to day, but you can work on these 5 things, and then you are settled for success. Yeah.
So I guess what's the best way to work on those 5 things? Is it just reading books? Or is it just a combination of everything where you just pretty much?
Yeah, to read books is a very good way, but what I do in the morning, in the first hour, I listen to YouTube channels of motivational things, Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Mulligan brothers, and just to find in the day, to to have these mindset. They are telling me there are, great ones out there, and the first hour is critical, meaning you do some sports, you do some fitness in the morning. I stretch and I have my running shoes there, or I do my push-ups and my planks and so forth. And it's just three things, to make sport, to visualize your goals and to write them down and to read. These three things, 20 minutes each, and you are set for the day. And if you keep this going, if you get a routine with that, you get this mindset for sure. And you have to know that there are so many struggles at the beginning, even especially if you're going out of the employee thing and go into the entrepreneur thing. You have to face that there are so many struggles at the beginning, and everybody seems to be against you and so forth. But you have to stay strong and jump and burn all your ships and go all in, and then finally the parachute will open. And it's, as I said to you, it's just a matter of time, but it will open when you put in the work, when you go all in.
That's true. That's true. And I want to touch on, I guess, the mentor aspect of it, because you pretty much, you guys just heard him say, he was from J.R. Rivers, Andrew Kroeze, now Nick Robbins. And actually, well, I don't want to pronounce the German guy's name. I don't know. Did you mention his name? But I mean,
I don't want to mention his name. He's just a sales guy,
But I mean, still, I mean, that's pretty crucial and important. Now, I guess all of, well, pretty much the ones that he mentioned here, the ones Philip mentioned here were actually, in his particular area. But I know Tai Lopez says that he actually has 15 to 20 different mentors, but they're in different areas. Like he talks to psychologists, he has, I guess, business mentors, and I mean, he has like, I don't know, I guess pretty much, like doctors and stuff on there. So he always talks about just having, I guess, a broad spectrum of, different mentors. And he said that he actually calls them, I guess, once a month, each one of them once a month, and they talk for, like an hour. And he said, the true sign of a true mentor is, when you can pick up the phone and call them and they actually answer. So he said, if they really don't answer, then they're more than likely they don't want to, be around you. So, I mean, there's, one motivational fact right there. And I've heard, actually, I've said this before, and a lot of the people that I've actually interviewed said before, and pretty much Philip saying the same thing, where if you want to, I guess, progress, then you actually need to invest, into a mentor, into a coach, into a trainer, or somebody that actually knows, somebody at a higher level. That way, they can show you what they know, and then they can pull you up to their level. Yeah, you can go read books. Yeah, you can go watch, more, or, training videos. But it's like, if you really invest in that person, and like, just pretty much just like he was saying, I mean, if you take the recipe example, where somebody is actually, you're trying to cook and there's a chef over your shoulder, because how many times have you guys actually tried to, bake a cake or make a meal, or, put something in the oven, but there's no chef there with you and it just turns out horrible? But if you got a chef right there saying, no, I wouldn't put that, maybe just a little more of this or a little more in that, if they're right there with you, I mean, that's a different story. And obviously, yeah, that meal is going to turn out, very good. That dish or whatever you're preparing is going to turn out, very, very good. So that's the thing. Is like, if you want to take your, progression, yeah. And then as you, if you go back to that, you can say, well, I can take this cooking book out and I can read it, prepare the meal. Okay, it's not good this time. Then, you can do it again, you prepare the meal. But why do something 10 or 20 times when you can do something maybe 1 or 2 times if you had somebody showing you? It's taking your time as progression. Just like Philip said, the situation is, you only have, pretty much one life. Time is very, very valuable. You're only going to live one time. So why would you spend all your time doing something that you could do, in one setting, in one, just at 1 or 2 times, when, why would you prolong that and progress that? So, Philip, I want to close down. Actually, we've been on here pretty much almost about an hour now. So, actually, I want to ask you this last question. As far as, some people think it's lighthearted. Some people think, it's just, funny question, deep question, whatever. But if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
A superpower. A superpower. I think every human being has a strength, or even if you want to tell it, say a superpower. And in life, from my perspective, is one of the biggest goals is to find your superpower, because not everybody knows what his strengths and weaknesses are and what is your purpose or your mission. And I read a book of Jack Canfield, and he says in this book you have to write down not just one goal which you have in life. He says you have to write down 100 goals, and it takes a little bit time. You not with a finger snap you find 100 goals in your life. You have to be in a silent mood, and it took me, to be honest, 3 or 4 weeks to be able to write down my 100 goals in my life. And when you know this is your, it depends what passions you are and what you love in your life, and then you crystallize the goals out of your life. And this 100 goals, when you um, uh, form and achieve with using your superpowers, and I think your superpowers, or it changes over the lifetime. Meaning, as of right now, as I sit here and talk to you, I think my superpower is to be able to teach people to get out of the rat race and get out of the 9 to 5 and get to achieve their goals. And this is what I have as a superpower right now. And I don't know if this is my mission or my superpower 3 years from now. But when you always work and always learn more about things, then you just propel up. And I hope that in 3 years my next superpower is something else maybe. But you know this is my answer to what is my superpower right now. I enjoy really what I do. I love it. I get good reputation, and not a good reputation, a good feedback from my students, and this is what makes me happy to say, okay, what I do, what my superpower is, I have success with it.
That's good. That's a good. I've never really heard anybody say that, but it does make sense. Because um, I guess the situation that you're in, in your life right now is going to actually change later. I mean, you're pretty much doing something that you're doing now, but that you're not going to do later on in your life. Pretty much, the situations are going to change, in your life as you progress, as you grow more, as you learn more. So, I mean, things are going to change. So therefore, I guess you're pretty much, your superpower will change. So I mean, that's an interesting take. Most people just come out and say something, but you really had a thought about, as pretty much a transitional superpower where you transition, pretty much, throughout and everything. But thank you, Philip, for joining on, dropping knowledge bombs. I guess it was who was it? Luis Alvarado. He came on and he dropped a wisdom bomb that I'm actually still thinking about, where he said, you need to make 1,000-year goals. But actually, you just opened my mind too, and you pretty much just said, instead of just having, one goal, like, one purpose, you said that, or the book that you read or whatever, but just for the fact you said it. So you need to make, 100 goals for your life. So, I mean, that's my big, takeaway from, this interview is, you guys out there, not even necessarily, just one goal, but have 100 goals. Because actually, if you think about some of the entrepreneurs now, and just the fact of the internet and everything, a lot of people are accomplishing and reaching their goals, and they're like, well, I accomplished my goal, because I actually retired or resigned from my 9 to 5 job, or either I made a specific type of money because of the internet. A lot of people are being able to do that. In the past, it wasn't so easy to do that because the information, really didn't have the information to do that unless you were, I guess, and privy to the information, or you were had a developed a relationship with a big business owner and stuff like that. But I mean, just for the fact of once you do accomplish your goal, it's like, what next? So I mean, that's one thing that you can do is have 100 goals for your life. And like he said, it took him 3 weeks. Philip said it took him 3 weeks to make 100 goals. But I mean, not even. I mean, that's. I mean, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, my mind is kind of blown just for the fact that you were actually focused on that for 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, it may not have been the whole time, but I mean, just that you took time out, during the day, and that's actually, that's self-development just for the fact that you are doing that. Some people are like, well, let me just write one goal, two goals, three goals. But I mean, just for the fact of, you took really 3 weeks. So I mean, I guarantee you that it wasn't just for the fact that you came up with 100 goals. That was your goal to come up with 100 goals. But I mean, I guarantee you that you found something that you didn't know about yourself in that process. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
mean that's pretty interesting as well. So Philip, how can people reach you? I mean, honestly, you're blowing up, man. You got the agency going, you got your coach. I mean, you got students making a ton of money. How can people reach you? How can somebody be one of your students? That way they can follow you. That way they can follow in your footsteps, and you can coach them, mentor them. How can people reach out to you? What's the best way? Facebook, Instagram, what?
Yeah, the easiest way is on Facebook. It's Philip NV Lang, or on Instagram, it's the Philip Lang. Maybe you can just, they can see us our live here. They can reach out on Messenger or whatever. Yeah, I'm happy to help anybody who needs help. I'm helping out, of course.
All right. Thanks so much, Philip. And you heard it here. So that's what you guys need to work on. Work on creating and making, 100 goals. Not just one, not just two, but 100 goals. That way, you can actually find something new about yourself in that process. Self-development, intuition, whatever you want to look at it, man. Just a change in your life. So I appreciate Philip hopping on with us, and we will see you guys on the next one, which actually is going to be tomorrow. I'm going to interview another guy. So I got the post on there, Antoine Gray. He's doing a lot of big things on Facebook. So check it out, 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. But thank you, Philip, for hopping on, and we will see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a good one. Hello, how's everybody doing? Just wanted to welcome everybody to the show. Let everybody know that I have my mentor on with me today, and it looks like we have some lag on my side, but we'll see how long this works. Yeah, we got a different setup today. Wanted to go be live, and just let everybody know what's going on with me. I met Robb Quinn. Actually, I'm just gonna kind of give a little introduction about how his presence online. Because actually, I guess I was in maybe Tai Lopez's group or whatever, and I put a comment. And when you're in Tai Lopez's group, I mean, you pretty much everybody in there is loyal to Tai or anything. And I said, what is the best social media program on the market? And then a couple of people named a few other programs, but then all of a sudden at the bottom, somebody said agency in a box, and I was like, what in the world is this? And then somebody said, Robb Quinn is like, it's his program. And then scroll down, a couple further, and then somebody else said agency in a box, Robb Quinn. I was like, man, who is this Robb Quinn guy that people are talking about him in the Tai Lopez group? So I went and started searching, looking on YouTube, and I mean, the content that this guy has is actually, absolutely amazing. Because I reached out to him that night, and I said, yeah, I binge watch, your YouTube videos that night. Because I mean, it's just so much value, and especially, for social media marketing agencies, and just the fact that he actually how, and it's just his come up, because I mean, he just pretty much, just got, well, I won't say just got started, but obviously he has a background. I'll let him tell you all that. But anyway, just the fact of where he came from, just in a short amount of time. But yeah, so everybody's right here. I always talk about him, online and everything like that. So Robb Quinn is here with us. And I don't know, you want to give a little introduction as to who you are, give us a little background on your story. Or actually, let me ask you a question first before we get into all that. And so I got a question here for you. It says, tell me the most influential person that you have interviewed, and why are they, influential, or why is that so important to you?
The most influential person I've interviewed, I would probably have to say I've interviewed some badasses, and out of them, so I would say Austin Distill.
Austin, actually, I had the privilege of meeting him at JR's conference.
Yeah, he's a smart dude. And the reason why I would say is because I believe that everybody's basically what makes them who they are is their experience and influence. And he's actually walked the journey, right? He's been the nomad. He's started the big business. He's dealt with being a small business owner. Like, he's done it all at a young age. So he can give you real life advice from being there himself.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know I met him at JR's conference, and it's just pretty interesting that especially because he's so young, he's not that old, and so I mean that's a good point. And then who is a person that you would I guess more than likely interview that you have not interviewed yet? I guess a person that's on your interview list, because I know you have to make lists of people that we want to interview. So who is somebody that you want to interview that you have not yet?
I would probably say Tanner Fox or Alex Becker.
All right, and why those two?
Because Tanner had a similar story where he was starting out and he wasn't sure if it was going to be anything when he started, and it worked out. So I'd love to know what his background was and how he approached his growth, where his priorities were at. Alex Becker had a similar story starting out where he was in the Army or the Navy or something. Not the Navy, something in the military. And he left. And then I guess his dad was mad that he invested a little money he had into the internet, doing I think it was drop shipping or affiliate marketing or something for something random. And I don't think it worked out. But I would love to hear how he went from that to the SEO company he worked for, to starting his company, to now wanting to develop software, and just figure out how early on did his vision get big, and then what influenced that, and then what his driving force is now.
All right. I guess. Well, speaking of driving forces, I guess what is your driving force? I guess we can get actually that kind of leads right into your story. So I mean, just as far as how you got started and everything, and I don't know, just give us a little bit about your background, because I think you were actually a professional. I won't say professional, but I know you used to, I guess, lift weights, or you were a bodybuilder. So I mean, obviously you have to have a certain type of drive to bodybuild.
Yeah. So what's up, Brian? I see Brian just jumped on. My personal driving force, man. Hey, what's up, Brian?
What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, so for me, in the terms of a driving force, yeah, I do have my pro card as a fitness athlete competing on stage, because I used to do that a lot. I've won a few shows. I went to Worlds for powerlifting when I was 19. So I've done all that stuff. But my driving force back then was actually based on like my haters, right? And back then, that's what drove me, was like, I just wanted to prove people that I was the best and that they were wrong. And like, I was fueled by the rage of like the girlfriend that broke up with you because you're quote unquote not good enough and stuff like that. So at the time, I was so young and didn't understand really enough to be able to have a holistic driving force, like for what I have now. So at the time back then, it was all driven on like, I guess, rage and like a chip on my shoulder a little bit. So yeah, because back then I worked 3 jobs and I still had time to train. So I stocked grocery shelves. I was a personal trainer early in the morning, in the AM, early AM before 5 a.m. And then I worked at a GNC and a sunglass hut. And then I still had time to train because it was my passion. And I always said back then, my vision when I was 19 and 20 was to have my pro card and go pro by the time I'm 25, have a best-selling book between 25 and 30, and then be a millionaire and be on Forbes 30 under 30 by the time I'm 30. So that was always my goal when I was 19 and 20 years old, and slowly getting there. Yeah, Brian was a trainer too. Brian was looking to be a fitness influencer. He was on right now. But I was an influencer back then, and it was cool in the fitness space, and it did all right. I was making like 30 grand or so I was like 20 years old or whatever, which was a lot of money back then, especially whenever you had no bills or kids or anything. So, but that was my driving force back then. My driving force now it's more than leaving a legacy. It's being able to write my own story and be able to just create joy in my life while I'm here, and to be able to help people understand what that looks like. Because when you start to chase perfectionism, that's whenever things start to like your self-worth starts to actually like decrease, because you're chasing something unattainable. So I used to just focus on I used to have all the cool quotes and everything on my Instagram of like chasing perfection and all this other stuff. And it's funny to look back on it, because now it's such an unattainable goal, and it starts to derail your mindset, because you start to say things to yourself like, I'm just not good enough. Why can't I get this done? Like, what's wrong with me. So so yeah, my driving force now is to basically figure out how to create joy within yourself, to fall in love with this process of life, and to leave a legacy in that way, and obviously support dozens of people through my business, and to help other people be successful through my programs.
Now I know you talked about I guess perfectionism. So as far as perfection, because I feel sometimes I'm a perfectionist, and as far as perfectionism, I mean, what are some, I guess, tactics that you can get rid of? Because now you talk about failure. So I mean, you said that obviously a lot as far as just you doing things, doing new things. Obviously, you talk about in order to have success, you have to have failure. So obviously, that's pretty much, I guess, contradictory to being a perfectionist. So at what point did you say well, I'm going to have to fail at some things in order to learn?
It was more so I was so excited to want to get to figure out what that next level is, and seeing everybody else do it. And I always believed that I was enough. And anytime I saw somebody else, well, I didn't always believe that, but I believed it enough to the extent that I would see other people succeeding, and I knew I was talented enough, but I didn't have like all the self-worth and all that stuff built up yet. But I knew based on skill alone, I was talented enough. So I would see other people doing it, and I knew like I should be able to do that, if not better. And that's whenever I knew if that requires failure, then that's just going to be what's going to happen, because I know on a skill level basis and a talent level basis that I'm better than that. And that's pretty much what drove me past that. What really started to help me scale to the next level, to be able to deal with adversity, was having a better awareness of mindfulness. And mindfulness is a sense of being able to control your emotions in a way that you don't over identify with rejection, failure, um, excitement, or anything like that, because a lot of people relay those to happiness. And unfortunately, the only reason that you could have happiness, or you could have hate in yourself, is whenever you over identify with those specific moments. So you can only be happy when you're successful. You can only be happy whenever you get the job done right. You can only be happy when you pick the right thing up for your wife, or you can only be happy when you close the deal. And if you want to take yourself to the next level out, if you're talented and skillful, you need to have mindfulness of emotion and not over identify with these things, because they do not make you who you are. Okay, they're just moments in time. So that helped my mindset scale to the next level.
Yeah, so I know we got Brian that said it's crazy how fun things get when you fear, failure, when failure dissolves. Yeah, I know. Actually, that's some of the stuff I'm going through now, because I guess some of the progression that I went through, I know Rob mentioned, actually just seeing other people, but some of the progression that I went through was actually seeing, other people do the stuff that I wanted to do. So it's like, in order for me to get there, I wanted to do what they wanted to do. But then I came to a point, a realization that, I said, well, failure doesn't matter anymore. So, if I do fail, and then I listen to, a lot about, I guess there's a big name in the, entrepreneur world as far as Gary Vee and everything. I listen to him, and he's very big on motivation and failure and all that stuff. So I guess, how big are you on mentors? I mean, do you feel mentors are necessary as, I guess, any entrepreneur? Just do you feel, people get, I guess, entrepreneurs get to a certain level that they don't need a mentor anymore? Do you still use mentors? And I mean, I know the answer to this, but I just want to, do you still use mentors in your life and your career?
Yeah, I think mentors are the thing that I overlooked when I was younger. In my opinion, I should have already done what I'm trying to do now years ago, but I was too hard-headed to think I needed a mentor. When you definitely need mentors. To answer your question first, before I go on a little tangent story, you need mentors. I still use mentors. Mentors are wisdom without the waiting. They're years and decades of experience at your fingertips that you can literally relate to and take what resonates with you the most immediately. They're wisdom without the waiting. Okay. But I remember I opened my first store, and I had somebody approach me, my first storefront. I was 20 years old. And it was a nutrition shop. We sold shakes, supplements. We had a personal training studio in the back, and we sold like apparel for the store brand or whatever. It was called Redefined Nutrition. I came up with a dope logo. My slogan was dope. It was like, we're going to find your limitations and redefine them. and it was all super, seemed great, right? And then I had two different franchise owners from two different companies approach me, and they offered me a franchise opportunity with really great options that most people don't get. And I was like, no, it's cool. I got this figured out. And I'm 20 years old because I got nominated best trainer in the Northland when I was 19 years old. And I was like on the front page of the newspaper and stuff. And then I went to Worlds for powerlifting, and then I was winning shows and as a physique athlete. And I was like, I am the man. And you know, I had all this false false belief that I was something I wasn't yet. And my biggest problem, and this is what entrepreneurs run into when they start becoming successful in one way or another, is they stop educating. And that's whenever things get dangerous, is because what got you here won't get you there. And if you think you're successful here and then you stop learning, that's whenever you get beat. And not just by somebody else, but by yourself. You beat yourself. So that was definitely a problem. I didn't have the right mentors back then to help get past that mindset and tell me like, Rob, you're doing good, but you're not reaching your true potential. And here's how you
Yeah, that's what do you say?
and here's how you can get to that next level. Like, I wish I would have had somebody there for me to tell me that at a younger age.
I just noticed your cup. It's like every time you go live, you have a different cup. Either you have a mug, or either you have a sports cup, or now you got a glass. I guess it's just a regular glass.
Yeah. I'm
glass.
I'm on a new diet and everything regimen where I'm trying to like be more consistent and like creating the best version of myself. So I do like shakes every morning with like peanut butter and protein and all this other stuff. And I take vitamins and stuff now. And so, yeah, it's just something I'm trying to do now every day.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, since you brought that up, how important is health as far as just being a entrepreneur? Um, I mean, what type of things do you test? Because I mean, obviously, you just said you started, I guess a new health regime. So, what was your regime before, and do you feel a difference? How long have you been doing what you're doing now?
Yeah, so I got caught up too much in just working. And then I actually started seeing my efficiency going down as I stopped working out, stopped eating right, stopped reading as much. So I had to like take a step back, and now I'm more efficient again. I'm getting more done now that I'm not really drinking often at all, hardly ever. My diet is on point where I do shakes when I wake up. I do vitamin D, I do B vitamins, and I do biotin, and then a multivitamin. Um, and then I work out every day. I read for 1 to 2 hours a day. And the reason I do that is because reading builds up your intuition, because you start to consume a lot of different wisdom and experience through that context. So whenever you have to make a lot of quick decisions, quick snap decisions, your intuition, aka your gut feeling, allows you to do that faster. So that's why I may spend so much time reading, because I can make more decisions more frequently, faster. So I like to make sure I do that every day. I spend time with my kids every day, whether it's driving them to school in the morning. Every day in the weeks I have them, we go out and just hang out after they're done with school. So there's some days I only work for like 4 hours a day. And then when I don't have them, there's days I work for like 14 hours a day. So, but you have to make sure that, yeah, your body is, you feel good, and then your mind stays sharp.
Yeah, that's interesting. I see that Brian commenting, it says new levels bring new problems, which is actually true. I know they got a song, Jay-Z got a song, more money, more problems. Um, so I guess as far as you pretty much gave us an idea of what you do typically every day. But I mean, actually, that was one of my questions as well. I mean, what is a day like in the life of Robb Quinn?
Well, in the morning, because the weeks I have my kids and the weeks I don't, I still keep the same regimen. But in the morning, I'll wake up, I'll get my shake ready, I'll go through emails. So I'll do that first. And the reason I do a shake in the morning is because my B vitamin has some caffeine in it. So I'm trying to get away from coffee too. And it helps me keep my mind, like I'm not weighed down by food, and my mind stays sharp. So I get all this extra stuff done in the morning with my emails. I'm trying to get my Facebook messages answered in the morning. And then I look through my day, because I write all my tasks down the night before, and I prioritize my day the night before by blocks. And then I like to highlight on my tasks list what else I'm going to get done, so I know that those are the only things I worry about for this day outside of my appointments. Then I drop my kids off every morning between like 8 and 9 is when I get back. I read from 9 to 10, where I'll do a Facebook Live. So I'll do one of those two things. From 10 to 11 is usually when my day starts. And I either have a fortune accelerator call, which you're in the program. If I don't have that call, then I'll do some type of like blocked off task that I have. And then throughout the rest of the day, it's just all the different blocked off task work that I have to do up until around 5 o'clock, and I'll go work out. I'll eat in the middle of the day. So I'll go work out around 5, and I'll come back. I eat 5 times a day now, so I'll eat really light 5 times a day, and that's pretty much my day what looks like. So usually my day's done around 8 p.m. And I like to kind of unwind a little bit. I've been like binging Riverdale, so that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that the other day. I really don't. I mean, I've heard of Riverdale, but I've never really watched it. Probably won't watch it. I don't watch many. I don't watch too many TV shows. Well, I know I talked about this the other day, but I think I was talking to somebody about it. And what I do like to watch is actually Stranger Things and Dark, season of Dark. So
Yeah.
but yeah, so I guess you typically pretty much you have your schedule set every day. I know that some people talk, well, let's actually get into time management. So I guess as far as time management, what helps with time management? I know that you just said, you have pretty much a schedule every day. So do you keep that same schedule every day? I know you mentioned that you have 2 kids. But I mean, how do you, I mean, obviously you have meetings every day. I mean, things change periodically. You run into different problems. So, I mean, how do you, I guess, on a day-to-day basis, stay up to date with time? How do you manage your time?
I always do it the day before, because I mean, if you want to get really, really efficient, then you need to know how to say no to things if it's not a priority in your mission statement. And if my day's already blocked off the day before, then that time's already spoken for. So it allows you to be way more efficient. I get so much done now, especially because I'm not really drinking at night anymore. Like my mind doesn't slow down. So it allows me to be able to make sure that I'm prepared for the next day, to make sure that I can reflect on the day, because I always do meditation in the morning too. So it allows me to just I do meditation to add more awareness, just to feel like what's around me and to be more aware about what's going on around me. So I can kind of be more in the moment. Because that's so important, dude, is to like learn how to be in the moment. Because the last thing you want to do is if like God forbid, like, your best friend or your spouse or like whoever passes away, and then you regret not being able to have enjoyed the happy moments you had together to the fullest because you weren't 100% in the moment. So that's a big fear for me. So I try to learn how to be more in the moment. But for time management, yeah, I always plan the night before because it makes all of my time slots spoken for. So it makes it easy to say no to things.
I know that actually we kind of went full circle because I wanted to touch on this when you first got started with mindfulness, because actually I just did a post on my Facebook page the other day, and it was a post about meditation, and I guess the importance of meditation. Is meditation helpful? And that was probably the most, I got the most engagement on that post as any other post that I've ever posted. So I mean, obviously it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So I mean, obviously it's important in a lot of lives. So I guess one of the questions was, how do you meditate? So I mean, I'd like to ask you, I mean, do you play music? Is it quiet? Do you sit down? I mean, are you alone in a quiet room? Some people say you can meditate while walking. So, I mean, what is the typical, I guess, meditation session for you look like, and how long does it last?
Yeah, so I'm learning more about it. I used to take the walks and I used to just like not have any headphones. I would turn my phone on silent. I would just walk to the coffee shop, and which is like, I live in a town center, so it's like 5-minute walk or whatever, 10-minute walk. And I just like to listen to everything, like really to pay attention to what's around me. Now I just basically sit in a room. I don't have any noise or anything. I just kind of sit there. And I like to just kind of, get one with like what's around me, like listening to all the little things. Like I leave the window open just so I could hear. I like to be able to know that I'm hearing everything around me. So whether it be like birds chirping, flying around, or, whatever it is.
So do you close your eyes, or I mean, what do you do? I mean,
Oh yeah, I close my eyes. I sit there. Yeah.
and then what you just, I mean, do you have a timer set? I mean, how long does it usually?
Usually it's only like 10 minutes or so. I don't set a timer though. Like it'll change if I feel like I just need to be there longer or not. And I do that in the morning before I take my kids to school and everything. That's part of the morning emails and everything. So yeah, I'll just sit there and I'm big on affirmations. So a lot of time I'll just sit and just think and listen. And that's it. Because I always speak affirmations to myself. I think it's super important, not just to yourself, but to people around you, especially your closest people around you. So that's always something I say to myself every day. I'm like, you're the man. Everything that happens to you is an opportunity. The universe can't stop you. You are what the world needs. You are what the world wants. Go change the world. I was like, and that's why I say to myself every day. So
So you just said the universe couldn't stop. I know most people talk about working with the universe, but you just said pretty much the universe can't stop you. So what exactly does that mean?
a lot of people believe the universe happens, right? And I do believe that too. But at the same time, I kind of see it more as like me negotiating with the universe because I don't really see that it's going to have its way. Things happen to you, and they say it's a trial sometimes to you, but I just don't believe in being stopped by anything that kind of runs into my path. So I like to see it as negotiating with the universe because it can't stop me. So all it knows is got to meet me halfway.
All right. Yeah, looks like William just jumped on. What's up, Will? How you doing, man? Yeah, hashtag live if you're on live. Hashtag replay if you're on replay. Yeah, just in here with Robb Quinn, my mentor, asking him, a few questions. He's dropping knowledge on us. So get your notebooks and your pens out because there's knowledge bombs already been dropped. If you're tuning in late, just catch the replay, rewind it. Make sure you, check everything out because he's dropping knowledge. And I know that actually something that I started implementing, in one of our masterminds, you mentioned, yeah, what's up, Will? Yeah, so you mentioned that you actually, I guess you said you pretty much have affirmations for yourself, but I know that in one of our masterminds, you actually you mentioned to us that you actually get your kids to do affirmations as well. So actually, I started implementing that with, in my life. And as far as just getting my kids, I'm like, who's a winner? And that, at first, when we first got started, they were like, I am. But now it's like, I am. I say,
Yeah.
And who's going to change the world? I am, so, it's kind of you like, and I mean, I see the significance of it because once you, especially a smaller, kid, I mean, my kids are 10 and 12, but I mean, still, I mean, even at that age, I mean, you get it deep down inside of them. And then, when they grow up and when they have a situation that they come through, they're always going to think about that. It's like, I'm a winner, I'm a fighter, I'm not going to stop, So, I mean, how important is that to you? Well, actually, there's kind of a twofold question. We can kind of lead into it. I know you like to go off on tangents and everything, so I'm just going to spit out all the questions now, and then you can just go off on your tangent. But I mean, so how is I mean, what do you want to pass on to your kids, and how important are the affirmations in their life?
Yeah, so the affirmations are super important, and what I want to make sure that gets ingrained in their brain is that they are built with bigger vision. That's why I like to say who's going to change the world, and that's why I like to let them know that so they don't think like who's going to make an impact in the city or who's the prettiest girl in your school. I think that stuff is what's wrong with the world. And so what's up, Chris? So whenever I talk to like my daughter or my kids, I like to make sure that I tell them I'm also proud of them and for why. And I like to make sure I leave out things like, I mean, I say it, but I don't put emphasis on this stuff, is like, you're beautiful, or you're the best looking kid in your school, man, to my son, stuff like that. Like, I'll say things like that, but that's not the emphasis, because the problem with that and the problem with this world right now is that people are like being subjected to those things, and they're starting to believe like, oh, well, if I want to be a somebody, I have to be really good looking, or if I want to be a somebody, I have to be like, super buff or something like that. And the problem is you're born a unique certain way. Okay. And if you're born into a world like that, where you believe that, and then you can never be that because you're physically not capable, that's gonna scar somebody forever. You know what I'm saying? So like, I want to make sure if I say things like that and be like, baby girl, you are so strong and you are so athletic. I thought it was awesome. I'm super proud of the way that you kicked that soccer ball into the goal and you ran around the other player. So stuff like that, because that is what they can actually change. They could actually do something about that. Could you imagine somebody coming up to you and saying something like, "Oh, you're not this," or "I think people that are like this are the best," and like you just can't be that. Like God just did not make you that way, and then you just like, okay, well that's great. So the only thing that you're gonna like is this. I mean, that's the most derailing thing ever. And then that's called shaming, and people get shamed all the time at a young age. So it gets ingrained in their brain that that's what acceptance is. And I think that's what's wrong with the world. So I like to make sure we avoid that and we focus more on stuff like, hey, you're super smart. I loved how fast you were, or how you sang the ABCs and added that extra thing at the end. I've never heard of somebody doing that before. And I'd be like, I'm proud of you. I like that. That's really good. You're learning that quickly. So, because they can focus on how to learn things even faster. That's a controllable. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let me just go over some of these comments. I know Chris just said, Robb Quinn said my name. Yeah, that is a big accomplishment, just to get Robb Quinn to speak your name out. So yeah, and what's going on, Jatari Jackson? How you doing, man? I know that where I want to go. Yeah, I know that we're talking a lot about, I guess, pretty much, mindset stuff. And actually, I'm going to do a post. I meant to do it early this morning, last night, whatever, but I didn't get a chance to. But we had, I guess it was I want to say, I guess, powerful mastermind yesterday where we were just talking about, just having, mindset. I know Rob talked about mindfulness, but I mean, the thing is, I guess even, with having mindfulness, you need to be aware of your surroundings, but then you also need to have, I guess, just components with, inside of you that'll actually help you, push through. Chris is crazy, man. So you're just saying I said your name. That's not as as important as, Rob saying your name, but I guess as far as, having, I guess, different components inside of you, because I guess the drive that you have, I guess some of the situation that we were talking about yesterday, everybody pretty much on the call or on the Zoom call is pretty much just drop your mouth. But I mean, it's just like, hey, man, it's nothing to me. And, if it happened, you were saying it was nothing to you. So, I mean, if it would have happened to us, or, if we're looking at it, I mean, what type of things do you do to prepare your mind? I mean, how do you, I guess, I mean, do you read books? I mean, obviously, I know you said you meditate. Obviously, that helps with, just having a great mindset. But I mean, I'm kind of asking multiple questions here again. But the thing is, especially, I know in my audience, there's a lot of new entrepreneurs. I'm a new entrepreneur as far as just, developing, starting my own business. I mean, what type of things do you use or do you do to actually get you through the rough times, to push you, excel you through the rough times? How do you know that you're going to make it out of the situation that you're in?
So I like to try to subtract words from my vocabulary. Things like happiness, like I don't like to use that word. Things like want, I try not to use that word either. And the reason why is because in order to like overcome a lot of those things you were just talking about, especially as a new entrepreneur, you need to learn. Yeah, I read a lot of books, but you need to learn how to practice gratitude. And that's being thankful for all the little stuff. I was talking to Adam Wenig a while back, and he was explaining how when he went from top of the world, being number one MLM person in the world at like 20 years old, and then he lost everything because the company went under, he had to learn how to be thankful for the little things, thankful for just waking up, thankful he had a bed, thankful that, he could open up his window and see the sun. Things like that. Like whenever you have gratitude, which that is gratitude, and it's a direct link to joy. Okay. And the bad guy to those two things is happiness. Because happiness is being happy in the moment because of something, right? Like, oh, I'm so happy because I just won a $5 scratcher. That's being happy. Okay. It's not sustainable. It's not holistic. So when you create joy and gratitude, where you're thankful for things, right? You're just thankful for being, you're thankful for, just all the little stuff. That's how you can overcome all these other levels of adversity that you're going to see as any type of entrepreneur, new or experienced, or not even an entrepreneur, just in life. So that's why people tend to become a victim to their emotions, because they don't have mindfulness and they over relate to those different like fears, failures, and happiness. So I
That's
practice
it.
gratitude a lot.
Yeah, that's actually I was gonna say, before you even said gratitude, I was thinking the attitude of gratitude. I know that actually one of my mentors that I listened to, or a book I read or something like that, actually just says that you need to have an attitude of gratitude. And the reason why, it just heard Rob say, it's linked to joy. I mean, the more joy and stuff you have in your life, just be appreciative of the things that are around you instead of, wanting and I guess trying to acquire more things. Just be happy with, what you have. And obviously, we talked pretty much a little bit, well, actually a lot, pretty much about 30 minutes or so about, having a mindset. But actually something that I'm learning now that we kind of talked about yesterday in our mastermind also was the fact that, in order to, anybody can acquire a skill. I mean, you can just go read a book, you go take a class, you can, just watch a training online, Google. I mean, you can just Google, one particular topic and you can pick up a skill by doing that. But the thing is, with mindset, that's just something that has to be ingrained in you. I mean, like they say, some things can't be taught, they have to be caught. I mean, just having, mindset, just a, unstoppable mindset, you just have to, I guess, experience things and go through things. And I guess as far as experience things and going through things, I guess now we can kind of, I guess, transition to the business side. So what is the situation that, or actually, what is the word about this new program that you have, Agency in a Box? I mean, what is it? I mean, a lot of people are talking about it, or chiming about it. A lot of agency owners really, and also, a lot of business owners are like, I want to start my own business. And actually, pretty much your program is, I guess, an initiation to, someone starting their own business. Just, even if they don't know much about social media. I mean, if somebody, well, actually, just tell us what, Agency in a Box is first. What exactly is it? What does it do? How does it help an agency owner? How does it help somebody that wants to start to go, a brand new person trying to transition out of their job and start their own business?
Yeah, so it's basically the first ever white labeled, you call it a franchise, if you will, but it's kind of not, and I'll explain why. But basically, you can jump in, similar to how if you were to ask Anytime Fitness for all their resources, team, and help. But then the difference is you get to call it whatever you want. So I would call it Robb's Fitness. And then I also don't have to pay them anything until I start making money. That's what Agency in a Box is for digital marketing agency owners. So basically, you come in, we give you all the prospecting tools that you need to generate the right type of prospects. We give you scripts, so this way you can make sure they're qualified properly. We give you webinars to send to them prior to the actual appointment to close the deal. So this way they can get warmed up even more, know exactly how we're going to do it. And then we give you a team of closers. So you can use my team to actually close a deal for you. After that deal is closed, then we have a fulfillment team that will also service that deal that just got closed. So as somebody that jumps into Agency in a Box, all you'll have to do is make sure that you're talking to the client, making sure they're still happy. That's it.
That's incredible. So I mean, looking at this as an agency owner myself, is like, so what do I do? I mean, other than just pull people to the table, it's like my hands are off, because I know that was actually, I'm in the program as well, but I was just I mean, the thing is, it's like, the first question I asked Rob was like, well, what do I do? And pretty much, you just heard him say it's, kind of hands off. So, and then I know you mentioned that you have people, I guess, service on the back end as well. So exactly what type of program is that? What type of system is that? I mean, is it a business, or, I mean, how does that work?
Yep. So DashClicks is who services the deals, and DashClicks will go in. They have this amazing dashboard that they've set up that you can get to your clients that has all these AI capabilities to match up with all the different platforms like Google, Facebook, etc. And what's really powerful about it is that they can service all these different things, and then you never have to worry about reporting. That's the problem with outsourcing, is that most agencies that are trying to get into this agency space want to offer more than one thing, because you need more than one thing. But the problem is they work through all these different people in like third world countries, and all the reporting is different, the communication lags, and there's all these obstacles. So we eliminated all of that by keeping it all in the United States, all under one umbrella.
So you said everything's internal, in the United States, so nothing's outsourced, right? So
Right.
So that's good. So I mean, all you people that are concerned about, companies that are outsourcing. You got call centers in the Philippines or wherever else you got them. Not to say, there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, sometimes, if you ship stuff out sea, overseas or anything, or if you push stuff overseas, sometimes the quality decreases. And as you heard him say, everything is, in the United States or whatever. So I guess as far as Dash Clicks, how long have they been in existence? How long?
Dash Click, that company has been up like 3 months, but the platform itself has been running for years. But they've only offered it for, working with companies like mine and working with other agencies over the last, we're going into month 3 now.
All right. And as far as, because obviously you haven't always had it, you always had agency in a box. I guess explain to us the process of how you came to agency in a box. I don't know if you want to give away, all your juice or all your sauce or whatever, but I know that I think originally agency in a box started from a PDF. So you guys out there that think, you just don't have, you're not capable of creating programs or, creating courses. I want you to listen to Robb's story, as far as how he actually started, how he grew this company or this program from, I guess it was a PDF into something that's actually massively big. So.
Yeah, so it did. It started as a PDF, and I did a pre-enrollment. So we had like 100 people that wanted the program. I picked 7 of them, and I put them into a soft launch, and then it was just a PDF. So I was going in, showing them how to prospect, and then I was also closing the deals for them, and I was servicing the deals for them. So I literally was agency in a box. And it actually got its name because I was unpacking my house in February, and I was opening a box of stuff, and I was like, man, I wish everything in my agency, because I hit 10K a month in 60 days in my agency. So I was like, I wish everything that I do in my agency came in a box like this, and I could just give it to other people. And I was like, oh, cool. I'll just call it agency in a box. And that's how the name came about. But yeah, it started as a PDF, and then it started to gradually progress because I was noticing obstacles everyone was having. Now it started to develop solutions for those obstacles. So as we continued to do it, we got more and more solutions to more and more obstacles. Then we started to build a team that rallied around the same vision, because everybody wanted to create a program where you could have everything in one spot, but there's so many moving pieces that nobody has been able to execute it yet. So a lot of people shared the vision. So this is why we've been able to make it what it is. But yeah, I'm all about moving fast. And the reason why is because the faster you move, the faster you find failure, and the faster you find obstacles, which means that you're going to have way more solutions to create, and you can actually move the program along faster.
Wow. Yeah, most people are the opposite of that. So I guess that's one thing that most entrepreneurs will disagree with you with, as far as how fast you move, because most people want to move methodically and move slow. So I mean, you just heard, obviously, you just heard Robb say, you need to move as fast. Well, that's the way he did, because obviously I think there's a different size for different people. But that's pretty interesting that you said move fast, because you think, the faster you move, the more mistakes you make. Because obviously, while I work in pretty much, I guess, I work in a lab, but obviously we're a manufacturing company, so they bring samples to the lab. But the thing is, working on, I guess, the people that work on the lab are in the, the manufacturing side. The faster they go, pretty much, the tendency is, the more mistakes they make, even so much for us in the lab. So it's like Robb just said, move fast. So obviously, in moving fast, you're going to make, mistakes. But I guess you heard him say that, he doesn't really care about making mistakes. He adjusts as, it goes. So, I mean, obviously you ran into, I guess, some complication mistakes. I guess you pretty much just have the mindset, which goes back to the mindset of, you have to have a mindset to, I guess, deal with all the problems and everything. I don't know if you want to touch on that or not, obviously, but yeah. So I guess as far as, I know some people mention that, everybody says they want to be a millionaire, and everybody, wants to get $1 million. How is, I mean, and probably everybody wants to scale their company to a higher rate, $1 million, whatever. How hard or how easy is it to do that, as far as your come up and your journey? Because I know that you're pretty much at a significant amount right now as far as what you make monthly. But how hard is it to do that? And then once you do get to that point, how hard is it to sustain it?
Yeah, so I haven't done $1 million yet. It's funny because I was talking to Akbar yesterday and explaining agency in a box and before we jumped on an interview with him and his group, he really started asking detailed questions about it. And he's like, this is like a 7-figure launch. Like if you launch this would be a 7-figure launch. And I think being a millionaire is pretty easy. I haven't done it yet, but we've been scaling so quickly with monthly revenue that I think being a millionaire is easy. I think what's important is that you understand why you want to be that quote unquote millionaire, or do like 100,000 a month or whatever people want. Because the goal's silly if you don't have like a purpose behind it. Like for me, my goal isn't to be a millionaire. Like I'll do $3 million next year, and I only did 250,000 this year. And I can say that in confidence because I understand all my moving pieces. So I know how I'm going to go about the process. I have the team in place to do it now. And it really comes down to, I'm not interested in being a millionaire because it's going to happen. Like it's inevitable. Like what I'm interested in is being able to, like I said, learn how to create joy through this process, and to be able to like help support dozens of people's lives in my company and move humanity forward in the process. So for anybody trying to be a millionaire, they need to keep that stuff in mind. And sustaining it's easy as long as you understand your foundation.
Yeah, that's pretty deep right there as far as what you said as being a millionaire is easy, because that's pretty much contradictory to what everybody else is saying. Because you have people, working a 9-to-5 job, and they're like, what's wrong with this guy, man? How is he going to say being a millionaire is easy? It's like, I've worked all my life and I still hadn't acquired $1 million. I've invested, put money in the stock market. I put money, in my 401k. And it's like, that still hasn't even reached $1 million. And this guy's just telling me $1 million is easy. Get out of here, man. I'm pretty sure, people on there saying that. So, I mean, what do you want to say to those people that are actually saying that? They're actually, in the 9-to-5 grind, like, me, but also, we got a business on the side and everything like that. But I mean, just for people who are not trying to supplement their income, what do you have to say to them?
So I would say it's not a matter of me being wrong or you being right if they're thinking that. It's a matter of, first of all, if their mindset isn't to the point where they already agree with that, I would just go ahead and use statistics and like a numerical argument. And I would come in and say, based on your opinion and you working for somebody else, I'm sure that you crunched numbers. So my only response to you would be, how many people in the world do you believe are interested in the topic that you have? And do you believe you could put something together that's worth $5 or $10 to sell it to all those people? Right? And would they buy it if it was going to solve that problem? And then how much money would that be? Because typically it's going to be $1 million. And numerically, it's indisputable. So if they don't have the mindset to believe in themselves, I would just go ahead and do it from a numerical standpoint and let them use logic to show themselves how easy it really is.
That's interesting. And then, I mean, it obviously makes sense, because I've heard Tai Lopez mention some of that on it. He actually asked people, if you want to scale to $1 million or $25 million, it's like, how do you want to do that? It's like, man, you got to find at least 1 million people, sell a product for dollars, and then there's your $25 million. But I mean, obviously, there's a lot of extra work into that, behind that and everything. But I guess examples of just picking like small products. I guess him and his business partner have like, I guess, a supplement brand, and then you talk about like whatever protein bars. You think of those companies, obviously they're probably at least 10 15 million. So I mean, that's pretty just pretty much all the ideas that you have. I mean, write them down on paper, and just keep them, see how you can implement them, grow a business around them. And I know just, yeah, this pretty much leads us to our last question now. I don't want to, egg this on and go on any further, but pretty much I end all my interviews with, if you were to, with this question, I end all my interviews with this question. If you were to have one superpower, what would it be? And I'm sure you've answered this like 1,000 times. So
I have, but I'll go ahead and answer it differently. So it is different every time. I'll go with the next superpower that I would have. I would probably want to be able to duplicate myself, like really legitimately like clone myself. I think that would be a cool superpower. So this way I could be in more than one place at once, kind of like Hermione and Harry Potter, how she attended all of her classes because she was able to use that stopwatch of time and attend multiple classes at once. I wouldn't want to control time. I don't like that idea because I feel like there's no repercussion. But for like what you do, but I do like the idea of duplicating myself, to be able to go out and like create the best version of myself by like learning to play guitar over here, learning Spanish over there, and doing all these different things at once. And then like coming back to form one person again. And then I know all the stuff each one of my duplicates learned, and I could be one person again and know all that stuff.
Yeah, I heard that before as far as duplicating yourself and everything. So that's good. So how can the people reach Robb Quinn? I mean, I know you have a lot of free products and everything. You got a group, you got a website, you got multiple programs, you're involved with a lot of people. What's the best way that people can reach out to you or find you?
There's a lot of ways. Like if you guys find me on Instagram at RobbQuinn3 or YouTube, I would say the one I'm most engaged on right now is going to be Facebook. So if you go to Facebook, you can look my personal profile up under Robb Quinn, and then you'll see my Facebook group there. So if you guys want to come kick it with me in the group, you could definitely do that. If it's all right with you, man, I can actually give out something for free on here.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So if you guys want, I'll give you my consultation ebook, and then what I use for cold calls, all my cold calling scripts. So let me get this here. And then you don't even have to opt in. You'll have to opt into my chat bot, but you won't have to like give me your email or anything. Bam. So there you go. It's put it in there, and just click that link and you'll be able to download both of them without an opt-in.
All right, there you go. Here it is. You heard it from my mentor, mentor to me, mentor to many. And obviously he's going to scale. He's going to grow big. Obviously, I put him in the conversation with Tai Lopez and Travis Stevenson and, you know, all those big gurus, Anthony Morrison. So obviously he's already spoke on stage once or twice. So obviously just look out for him. I mean, you know, he's going to be in the spotlight. Company's going to grow. And there's big things that, you know, are coming his way. So we appreciate it, Robb. Thanks for joining me today. And
thanks, bro.
you know, you guys can reach out to him, look on the link. So appreciate it, Robb. Have a good one.
Thanks, man. Later.
All right. One. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm actually here with Josh Gavin. He has a busy day. Actually, I had to postpone it a little bit because he was actually on another webinar. I don't know if you guys know Layton Butler or not, but I know he used to do some stuff with Robb Quinn and Agency in the Box. And just go check him out on his page. But actually, he had a webinar with Josh. So Josh is pretty busy today, Josh Gavin. And just going to introduce him. My wife asked me this morning, how did I get in touch with him? How did I find him? Actually, to be honest, I really don't know. He's probably in one of the groups or something, and I saw him post and went to his page. And actually, I've been talking with him probably maybe about the last 2-3 months, kind of off and on. And then actually, you know, I kind of jumped into his program he had, I guess, the other day or whatever. But let me tell you, he is actually 16 years old. I actually stole some notes on his background, so I was on the webinar as well. But I know he was 16. Started his agency when he was 14 years old, and he has helped over 100 agencies with their cold calling. And thank you guys for joining us.
Cold messaging.
Cold messaging, yeah, not cold messaging.
Yeah. You're good.
Yeah, two different things there, you know, as I put on the post, you know, as far as he's actually found a way where you would not have to cold call. And, you know, he's doing everything, you know, in Messenger and cold messaging. But, yeah, just let us know if you guys are on live. Yeah, that's right. My wife also, you know, I just found this out the other day when I was talking to him. He is a homeschooler. My kids are homeschooled. So, you know, that's pretty interesting. Go. 16 years old. And I'm just going to actually, you know, give the floor to him. Let him tell you about his background, how he got started, and everything like that. So the floor is yours, Josh.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, I appreciate that. And the introduction, all of that. I'm so happy that we were able to hop on this. But yeah, my background. So I did start doing service providing, or my agency, if you want to call it that, when I was 14 years old. Now, the way I got into this was I started with e-commerce and drop shipping. I was one of those kids who thought I'd make $1 million selling Chinese products, you know, just chilling on Shopify, making all this big money, right? I was one of those kids. I'll admit that. I watched those YouTubers. Luckily, I never bought their course or anything like that. I was always the guy who stuck to just learning it myself, but that's how I got into all of it. Now, I soon realized, though, that drop shipping isn't something that you can just make $1 million off with a budget of like $100 a month as a 14-year-old kid, or 200, 300. I mean, I was working a part-time job at the time at a local apple orchard, so I had some money, but it's not like sustainable, right? So I realized that I needed something different, and I wanted to create a business and something I could brand myself as. So I came across social media marketing from my man Iman Ghazi. I found him on YouTube. I watched like a couple of his videos, and then 3 days later, I landed my first client for social media marketing at like $400 or something. And I was so happy. I was like, dude, this is crazy. $400, like all I have to do is like manage his Facebook. Like, what is this? This is amazing. And I thought it was so cool. So after that, I jumped into it full on. I started working with e-commerce stores, and up until that age and up until now, I've started to up my price for how much I charge, how much I'm worth, and, you know, working with a lot of different industries, a lot of different people. And now I'm switching into working with B2B agencies, helping agency owners. I've taught over 100 agencies how to cold message effectively using our 4 pillars. And, you know, we've kind of just worked from there, and I'm extremely grateful for supportive parents and amazing people in the community to help me out. And I hope I never take it for granted. And yeah, it's been a great journey. And I know it's not like I had some long background or rags to riches story, but I'm excited to see what happens the rest of this journey.
Yeah, that's a good introduction. You know, as far as, you know, he was talking about his parents and everything. Oh, I forgot to explain this, but actually, if you guys stay on to the end, he's actually going to give away a free gift. You have to stay on to the end to figure out what it is, see what it is, and everything like that. So, but I know it's going to be valuable, because every time he gets on a webinar, even when he's in it, you know, every time, you know, he puts a post down or something, man, you can go to his page, check out his testimonials. But the thing is, every time he drops information, it's valuable, and it can actually help you grow your business. On the webinar we just went to, he gave a couple of tactics. Actually, it was, I think, a guy, obviously I said this one guy, Latham, he's actually been working with Robb Quinn, and Josh dropped some knowledge on him that he didn't even know, as far as, I guess it was a specific type of software where you can acquire leads. So I'm telling you, this kid knows what he's doing. I mean, I call him a kid, he's 16, but I mean, if you listen to him and you,
it's all good.
And if you, you know, if you listen to him, he's actually, you can see how he's actually already growing his business. So I mean, he's not like a typical 16-year-old kid, which kind of leads me to my my next question. And I forgot to introduce or say anything about this, but yeah, kind of changed up the setting. I don't have my microphone, I don't have my, you know, my polo on or anything like that. But I just wanted to do a little different, you know, always improving, just to let the kids know, you know, because a lot of people, I guess, they underestimate kids or youngsters or everything like that. But the thing is, you know, age is nothing, you know, but a number. Most of the time people say that, you know, when they get older, but even, I guess, you can look at that as far as, you know, a younger person as well. It's just nothing, you know, really but a number. So that leads me to my next question, as far as, I mean, how, and I know you're a homeschooler and everything like that. I kind of want to get your take on, you know, I guess the public school system, even though you may not have been in it, but I'm pretty sure you have friends and everything, especially being online.
Yeah.
You interact with people. So, I mean,
Yeah.
Because obviously you really don't talk like a normal 16-year-old little kid. And I say, look, okay, I know you're about to turn 17 next month, but I mean, how did you develop this? I mean, did you read books? Was it something your parents influenced you in? I mean, how did you come to, I guess, this aspect? Because I mean, obviously, I have kids as well. So I mean, obviously, you know, and you seem pretty mature. You don't seem like, you know, you're 16 years old. So, I mean, explain that. What was the metamorphosis?
So okay, so one thing is, I feel like really helped is when you are homeschooled, you have the ability to not be under a strict set, you know, line of thought that they're putting down on you. You're able to branch out and explore different areas in the world and different, you know, things that you can pursue. And so I feel like that really helped me. I wasn't around the traditional public school kids that talked a certain way all the same way and fell into that, right? I was around multiple different people, so I was able to pick up on different ways people acted or talked. And so I feel like that really helped me. Another thing that I give credit to is, is when I was a kid, I mean, my dad, he does a lot of creative consulting, a lot of work, David Allen, Tony Robbins, all that kind of stuff. And he always worked from home. So I had the ability to sit in his office or like color in there when I was a kid, or just like chill. And I'd always like look at all the stuff, and like any books or resources he had that he sold for Tony Robbins or David Allen, I had access to, and I didn't really understand them. And I never read many books, but I was just like kind of submerged in that. And honestly, I never thought I would end up in the same line of, you know, work that he is in. but it really influenced it. And so hearing his consulting calls or his on stage sales presentations and all of that, like I always give him credit to, being that example, even if I wasn't pursuing that, just listening to him and just being around that kind of helped me shape the way that he performs. And just like learning from my parents and always trying to respect what they have to say, and hearing what they have to say about my business and the way I act has really helped me, as well as just trying to be the best Christian possible, and making sure I don't have my identity in something that I'm not, and keeping my line of thought on where it should be.
That's a good answer, because I mean, speaking, I guess, from your parents' aspect, I know you did a post the other day, or you mentioned something in the comment where you said, I really don't even have access to my money. My money's still, in my dad's name, so he has to pretty much give me, give me my money. So I guess it was just something in the other webinar where people were saying, there's like Josh needs to upgrade his internet service, and there was technical difficulties and all that stuff. And I don't know, it's actually technical difficulties on both ends. But I mean, that's the joy stuff of going live. But the situation with that was, Josh said, well, you need to talk to my parents and let them know they need to get the internet service and upgrade the internet service. So I think that's, kind of interesting how you have a young, or actually, one of your kids in the household is really not of age yet, and they're actually making pretty much, a lot of money. As far, well, I won't say a lot. I mean, they have their own business where, they're pretty much, they're not, I guess, they can't make their own decisions. So that's and so I have to ask you as well, what drives you? I mean, being 16-year-old, because I've heard this from a lot of, other, I guess, entrepreneurs who are, I guess, older and have been in the business for a long time. But I mean, obviously you're just getting started and you're still young. But I mean, what drives a 16-year-old little kid, almost 17, to the fact that, I mean, what pursues you, or what pushes you?
Yeah, man. Okay, it's funny because first off, I don't think it's money, honestly, because if it was money, I would have stopped doing this a long time ago when I wasn't making money. That's what I always say. But I really feel like there's passion behind it. There's, in this world of, I don't know if it's just the teaching side of things or providing the results or having something that you've created, right? I really enjoy creating systems and strategies that make things easier, but also bring crazy results. And since I worked at an apple orchard, and I guess I'm still there in a sense. I work there seasonally as like a manager in a sense, managing people and whatever. But whenever I worked there, we were doing manual labor stuff, and there was jobs that were like harder or seemed hard. But I always was like, how can I do this faster, but get the same result, right? And so I realized, like, I feel like that's kind of fit into my business world, and what drives me is having that kind of passion to create these systems and strategies that bring the same result, but cut the work in half, and then relate to the marketing space or the sales space. So I feel like just making systems, creating strategies, it's like, it excites me. And like, whenever I think about it, it's like, I start thinking like, oh, I can't wait to get back to my laptop, get things going, and just test things out. So I feel like that's what drives me.
I mean, I'm just sitting here, kind of in awe just for the fact that you are saying develop systems, because I know that a lot of entrepreneurs, business owners are actually right now, they've been in business for a while and they still have not developed systems. They don't understand systems. So that's pretty interesting that you are, that you're saying that, and that that. I mean, how did you, I mean, I know you talked a lot about your dad and your parents being an influence. I mean, is there anybody else that you kind of, listen to? I mean, do you believe in mentors? I mean, can you pinpoint one particular person that you actually listen to and actually you learn? I mean, or is it just a multitude of different people? Just for the fact that you're even saying develop systems, because I know I just talked to Robb Quinn about this, and he said, he's developing systems, and pretty much he just started, developing systems. And not only just for the fact that, I keep saying you're young, but I mean, it's not even necessarily that, just the fact that you just pretty much started your business only for 2 years, which a lot of people still don't understand that they've been in business 10, 15 years. So do you want to,
So, here's the thing, when it comes to mentors and everything, I've never been a person. I think I've I've bought like one course before, and it was I think I've only bought one course before, and it was like a year into what I was doing. I was always a kid who wanted to just figure it out on YouTube, figure it out myself, instead of like buying these courses, because one, I guess I didn't really have the money for it at the time, and I just wanted to do it myself. But I mean, one of the credit I would probably give to, first off, is definitely God. I mean, I listen to him all the time with everything I'm doing. I don't know what you believe on that, but I mean, that's kind of one of the main things, is just having that. But in a physical realm and all of that, Iman Ghazi, I learned from him. That's when I first heard about it. His lifestyle, his attitude really matched what I do now. I don't necessarily go to him that much, but I mean, he's definitely the guy kind of started this all, in that sense, as well as another guy named Rainus. He's now my business partner. He kind of motivated me. It wasn't until after I had a call with him that I started getting to that six-figure mark. And so I really credit whatever he did on that call. Like, it really like motivated me or changed my whole business model. And so those are kind of some of the people I can pinpoint at this point. But other than that, I just like to learn on my own and go through trial.
So I guess it's pretty important just saying that have somebody else, I guess, motivate you. I mean, I don't know if you want to go into
Yeah.
detail. I mean, what exactly, well, I expect you not to go in too much detail, but I mean, what exactly,
No.
I mean, what was the takeaway from that one call you had? I mean, how can just, I guess, because a
Yeah.
lot of people think, you hopping on a call, one situation or one moment is really not going to change their life. But I mean, how did that
Yeah.
one particular, I mean, was it something he said, or was it, I mean, what exactly clicked?
Yeah. So, one of the main things was he also was, he is 17 or now 18 as well, but he was a very confident, like mature person. I didn't know that. And so when he told me that, it really made like me feel like, all right, I need to be more confident now. I got to act more serious. Like, it kind of made me like look up to him in a sense, or like use this something like to look up to him and follow what he was doing. And then also one thing that always stood out to me that he helped and shaped a ton of things I do now is when he was talking about a script he used for cold calling at the time. He was asking certain questions, and the questions he was asking in that script, it's funny, it's something so small, but like learning those types of questions to ask totally transformed how I sold, how I, did everything, by just knowing that a good salesman needs to ask good questions, and how questions can psychologically do so much, for you, like we talked about in our call the other day. It's just like it can do so much. So that's one of the big things I would say, is just looking at that I need to start asking better questions and taking questions and, turning them into something bigger than just a question.
Yeah, I'm a real big advocate for asking questions. My mother-in-law used to get on me all the time. It's like, why do you have to question? Why do you have to ask so many questions? So, and I
That's
guess
great. That's great.
just for the fact of, I mean, well, let's talk about, I guess, cold messaging. So what made
Yeah.
you go into cold messaging rather than just cold calling? Why do you prefer cold messaging over cold calling?
So initially, the reason why I got into it before I knew all the pros about it, was because I was, at the time, I was too young to drive, to go to meetings. And most time when you're cold calling, you're going to get a physical meeting. And I thought that's how you got to do it. And so I was like, I can't do this. How am I supposed to get meetings? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to try something else, right? So that was one of the things that pushed me to realize, like, all right, I can just cold message them and use that so that they can't make an excuse for me to come in person. I can just do it over the phone. And so that's one of the reasons I got into it. But then I also realized that everyone's running towards cold calling, and they're all going that way. Like, oh, they're all going towards cold calling. So everyone talked about in the course. So I'm like, if I run the other direction, less people are going to be there, and it's probably going to work better. And so that's what happened. There's plenty more benefits behind it as well. But that was one of the main reasons. And even now, a lot of people are running towards cold messaging now. And so now it's time for me to look at what I'm already doing and then figure out a different way to go, like take a diagonal, angle at it and go a little bit the other way than everyone else. I mean, because I know cold messaging will always work, but the way you approach it, it'll change, right? It always takes changing, testing. So that's kind of the reason why I got into it.
That's interesting, because I just heard you say something on the other call as far as, I guess, where certain people are going to a specific software, but yet you saying, I've been using this software for a while now, and yet because if
Yeah.
these people are coming, I need to go somewhere else. That's something that actually Gary Vee talks about, Ty talks about it,
Yeah.
talks about, pretty much being a trendsetter. A lot of people are
Yeah.
against it as far as the fact of if you get into a field too early, if it doesn't work, then you're pretty much going to lose. But the thing is, if you
Yep.
get into a field early and it does work, then obviously you're the
Yep.
trendsetter and you're going to win. So that's interesting.
Exactly.
And I asked, I think it was Cody near this question, and I think I asked Anthony Morrison this question as well. I mean, where do you see the trend going? I guess since we're specifically talking about agency owners and everything like that, I mean, where do you see the trend going? I mean, you said pretty much, people were cold calling at first. Now a ton of people are cold calling. Now people are actually moving to cold messaging. And I think you said PJ, the email guy, had a little beef with you, but I don't know if he's actually
Yeah.
he's actually in cold emailing. So
Yeah.
I mean, where do you see? I mean, how else can we prospect, or where do you see? Because I know you're saying you're trying
Yeah.
to, cold messaging. So where else can we go after that, or after the, what's coming up?
Yeah, honestly, what I think is gonna happen is I feel like I was talking to somebody else about this. I don't know if it's true, and it's kind of a little bit of a joke, but I'm not sure. But I feel like once we get past cold messaging and everyone starts doing that, businesses are gonna want to get back to the traditional side of things. They're gonna want to get back to how it used to be. They're gonna start being like, oh, remember those good old days when people weren't spamming us on cold messages, right? Like, and right now it's all remember the good old days when people weren't spamming us on cold calls. And so what I feel like is gonna happen is it might go back to the way it used to be. It might go back to like in-person walk-in meetings, like door-to-door sales. Like I honestly think, you never know, a business is soon going to be more happy to have someone come to their door and physically talk to them than somebody spamming them on messages, right? And so I think that that's a possibility, but I always think that cold messaging will work to an extent, but the way you go about it is going to change, right? Right now, a lot of people are pitching the first messages. So that means that I'm not going to pitch in the first message and I'm going to do something different, right? And right now, a lot of people are getting spam. A lot of people are getting spammed by emails, cold emails. Then in the emails, I need to come at it in a way where I'm like, hey, I know you get hit up by a ton of people, but I'm not going to do that for you, right? I'm not going to try to sell you anything, and approach it differently. So the approach is always going to change. But, things could just go back, relapse, and go back to how it used to be, just because marketers, they say marketers ruin everything, whether it's social media, sales, anything. Like we ruin a lot of things for people. Like we're selling, or like, that's what people say. So it's going to change. But I mean, we'll just have to see what happens with social media, and, you never know what'll happen, I guess.
That's pretty interesting. You say the marketers ruin a lot of things for a lot of people, because I just saw a post and apparently Facebook is actually adjusting their platform to as far as the messenger, where you can pretty much tell if a business is messaging you. So that's pretty interesting that they said that. So and then I guess as far as I mean, I know a lot of people may not know this, but what exactly is, I don't think we covered this, what exactly is cold messaging, and how, on what platform can cold message, and can it work for any business, not just for agency owners or anything like that? So
yeah. So cold messaging is essentially reaching out to businesses via a messenger space, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, texting, any of those platforms. If you can type out and send a message, that is considered a cold message. Now, the way that I go about it, it is universal for any industry that we're reaching out to. The only thing that does change, though, is where your niche is more active, because some businesses are going to be active on different platforms. So you just have to go cold message them there rather than a different platform. Now, cold messaging does work for other businesses. I mean, I personally haven't tested it too much in other places, but I mean, I've taught guys how to get girlfriends with cold messaging using the same method. So, I mean, it's like very universal. And I feel like I'm definitely explore different ways how it can help different industries than just agencies, and, start testing that out, because there is a market for that. And if it works, then it works, and we just got to test it in a different place.
That's pretty interesting. You said that, how you taught guys how to get girlfriends. I mean, that might be actually a business that some of you guys want to start up, as far as a messaging dating service or something like that,
Yeah. The cold messaging couples.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
So some of you guys that are listening to that, take it and run. But yeah, if you have any questions for
Yeah.
Josh, just put them in the chat box or the comments section, and he'll answer them. I'll get to them if I can see them. I don't think. Can you see the comments, or I don't know. Sometimes
I
people,
see a team chat button. I see a team chat. Is that something different?
probably. I think it's is it in the left-hand corner of your screen? Yeah, that's something
Yeah.
different. Yeah, that's just
Okay.
between, I guess, you and me, the back room, all that stuff. So,
Okay. Got it.
yeah. So, and just to remind you guys, I don't know if you're just tuning in, but Josh is actually going to give away something free at the end. So if you guys hang on, you will you stay to the end. He'll actually drop some value on you, give you a free gift, free prize, free present, free PDF, free video. I don't know what it's going to be. So just stay on to the end, and he knows what it is. He hadn't even disclosed that to me yet. So I guess just as far as I know, you talked about. Well, I guess let's talk about some of the psychology in cold messaging. I mean,
Yeah.
when you send messages, how are you? I mean, are you supposed to go direct at a particular business, like, hey, I'm doing this, this, and this, or are you supposed to beat around the bush? And if you beat around the bush, I mean, how long do you, beat around the bush, like you say, if you
Yeah.
just go into a business's page and say, I'm here to, look for some information about this. I mean, what's the next step?
Yeah.
What's the next move? What's the easiest way to get a business to respond?
Yeah. So the way I like to do it is approach them as a curious customer. We talked about this in the last webinar. We want to approach them, as I say, a curious customer. We're not approaching them as a salesman. We're approaching them as somebody who could be a potential customer. Now, like you said, you don't want to beat around the bush too long because they'll get annoyed and they'll eventually figure out why you're there. You want to keep it very short and to the point, small talk, nothing crazy or super long, but you don't want to be approach them saying, I do Facebook ads, da 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 da. You want to approach them asking something like, hey, do you work with buyers and sellers, or do you do adjustments for both kids and adults, or do you work with local or statewide cases? Different questions and conversation that is traditional traditional people like to ask as a customer rather than what traditional salespeople like to ask.
Now, I just saw you yawn. You yawned and stretched a couple of times. What is a typical day like in the life of Josh Gavin?
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, man, I stay up pretty late. I stay up till like 3 a.m. lately, 4 a.m. a lot of the time. Just working on stuff. I'll try to like work on systems or funnels. In that sense, just kind of the back end stuff that you can't do during the day. Then I'll go to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. And then I'll wake up around like, my mom will probably wake me up around 9 or 10 o'clock. We have like a later breakfast. So like, that's like 6-7 hours of sleep. It's okay. I can work off that. I've done less. So like, it's pretty good. It's nice being homeschooled. I can sleep in a little longer, but to me, it still doesn't feel long enough. But then, just have breakfast with the family and have that time in the morning. And then the rest of the day, it's just sitting in the basement and working. Like I don't go up much. I just stay at my laptop, and sometimes I slack off and take a nap or look at my phone. But I mean, I try not to be lazy, but it's honestly just like go upstairs for breakfast and then go up for like dinner. But the rest of the time is just like working. Like that's what I do. And I mean, I'll soon have school sports starting up again. I have school baseball. I still play, so that's going to be interesting to balance work and baseball and all of that. But I mean that, and then also when it comes to school, I do online school, so it's a little more lenient for when I have to do it and everything like that. So I'm still going to graduate from high school, but I'm not pursuing a college degree, so I don't need to necessarily do the maximum extent of work if I'm already have something in place. So that's what we do for that.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but he said his mom wakes him up around 9 a.m. So that's pretty interesting that he said that. So I mean, and then you just heard him say earlier that he's making what 6 or 7 figures, and then his mom's still waking him up. So a lot of people talk about you can't really do anything on the internet. Internet's a myth. Internet's a game. And actually, I just saw a post yesterday, thanks to my wife. She tagged me in something that was in Instagram where Gary Vee had posted. And 10 years ago, I think it was 2010, 2009, where he said that, pretty much people are posting stuff on the internet, or actually he said there's going to be influencers and all this stuff. And he's saying people aren't taking advantage of it. He said, people are pretty much doing blogs and getting like
Yeah.
I think he said Whole Foods to pay them for a blog to sponsor them or something like that. He said it's underrated. And then he did another video sometime this year, and he said it's still underrated. He said the internet's underrated, it's undervalued. He said you can make a ton of money. So for you guys that are out there think that you cannot, because this, I'm trying to, I guess, metamorphosize this group into something more than just social media agency owners. I really wanted just people to know that you can do a lot of things online, not necessarily online, but just businesses in general.
Yeah.
I think you talked about this the other day as far as how businesses, there's so many businesses that are created every day. I don't remember the exact number. I think maybe, I don't know if this might be a little overemphasizing, but maybe like 100,000 something businesses are created every day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and then talk about a lot of agency owners where you're saying that some people are saying that, the market is getting saturated, but everybody needs to learn, everybody needs marketing in general. So you're going to have to market something.
Yeah.
You might as well market where everybody's eyes are at. People are moving away from TV. People aren't listening to the radio anymore. So therefore, you guys need to understand, if you have a business, that being online is where you want to be. You need to get online now. I don't think it'll ever become saturated, but I mean, the sooner the better. You always want to do something really like. We have a 16-year-old here who's already started his business, already making money, already thinking about, how he can actually plan his day. I mean, a lot of adults don't think about that, as far as he's like, it's going to be kind of interesting how I can juggle doing baseball, doing school, and doing, running my business. How many people think about that? They just pretty much, they react, they don't think in advance. They pretty much just react. And you have a 16-year-old who is very, very mature. I keep saying his age is 16, but it's not about, his age. I mean, just the fact that he has developed himself into pretty much a business owner. So you guys that say, some business owners cannot be created, some entrepreneurs, can't, or actually a lot of people say, well, you have to be born to be, an entrepreneur. You have to, just something that, is an innate, it's just genetic. Well, obviously, you see this guy right here. I mean, obviously, I think some of the things that he has, the talents and everything he has, he pretty much were given, but still some things, well, I guess born with him might be genetic, but still the thing is, he's still developing himself into, a business owner. He's thriving to do things every day. You heard him just say work. I mean, he's not playing video games all day like some of you 16-year-olds, 16, 17, 15-year-old little kids playing video games all day. Now, that's fine and dandy if you figured out a way to play video games and make money. That's what you want to do. But obviously, he said it's not about the money to him. I think he truly, really wants to help people. And he asked me about my spirituality. Yeah, my spirituality is, I was, a former professing Christian, but I still believe, in spirituality and how important it is that you need to be spiritual as far as meditation and just, I guess, developing yourself, as a inner person, learning to figure out who you are. That way you can express yourself more to the world. So, I don't know, what does it say? It says, my wife says, I'm so happy about this. We have a son who's 4 years younger. So many opportunities for youngsters these days. And hashtag ABM.
Yeah.
Here, I got it on my shirt, hashtag ABM. Always don't stop, continue to grow. And so I guess
awesome.
Let me ask you, I guess, about your, what's one crucial thing that you feel was significant in your growth? I think I might have touched on this, but I kind of maybe worded it in a different way. So, I mean, as far as, I guess, process and development, what is one particular thing that you would say, this is why I excelled, so good, so well, so quickly, so fast?
I would say respecting authority and listening to others, like respecting anybody that's over you, whether that's a mentor, another person with a course, coaching, whether that's your parents, anything like that. Listening to what they have to say has really helped that. Like, just anything my parents have told me, anything mentors have told me, like, I think that's one of the biggest things, just like respecting authority, no matter your age. If you're an adult or a kid, I think it's something that's super important. And then passion, having a passion for the industry. Whatever you're doing, you have to have a passion for it. Because like I said, if I was doing this for the money, not the passion, I would have stopped doing this when I wasn't making money, right? I would have quit when I wasn't making money. And I am making money now, but it's not like I was right from the start, I remember there was months where when I first started when I was young, I was charging $97 a month to run somebody's like ads, right? And that's like, now we're charging nothing under 2K. So, I mean, it's funny, but you have to have the passion no matter how much money you're making or not. You got to have that passion. That's
interesting you say that, because a lot of people are going to work every day and they do not enjoy what they're doing. They're just in a job that they hate. They have the passion. They really don't even want to get up in the morning. And that's
Yeah.
interesting that you're saying that you have actually developed your passion already, and you actually have a passion for something you're doing at a young age. So I'm just really excited for this guy. I mean, just for the fact that
Thank you.
how he's presenting himself, and just I guess the steps that he's taking to I mean, I can just see that he's going to grow just even more, because I
Thank
mean
you.
he has so many opportunities. And I guess Grant Cardone talked about this, which I'm wearing his hat, cash flow.
Yeah.
Just the fact of he talked about wealth as not necessarily being money, but I mean wealth is just the fact that you can pick up somebody and say, well, hey, I need an investment for this amount. Or you can pick up and say, hey, I got a couple of ideas I want to run past you. Can you help me out? Some, not just from anybody, not just from your uncle Bobo, or your grandma, whoever it is, man. So just for the fact that you can actually, just a business owner, you can actually call and pick him up, because he's developing a relationship. Wealth is more than just money. It's developing relationships, contacts, and obviously, yeah, it does have a little bit to do with money or whatever. But I mean,
Yeah.
like they say, your net worth is your net worth is your network. So I mean, whoever you're connected
Yeah.
with, I mean, that's how much money you're going to end up making. So I mean, that's pretty interesting that you are actually developing your wealth at such a young age. And
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if, actually, let me ask you this question. It's kind of popped in my head. I mean,
Yeah.
do you think that you would actually be doing all this stuff if you were in, I guess, a public school setting? If you had to go to school every day, do you think that your mind would, I mean, I know you touched a little bit
Yeah.
on homeschool and everything, and this isn't a plug for homeschool. I mean, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
guys to realize, I guess, the
Yeah.
differences in being homeschooled and I guess public schools, and just for the fact that, I just,
Yeah.
so important, because to me it seems like you're not in a box like everybody else. Because now that I'm sitting
Yeah.
back, just looking at your situation, is like, well, this guy, pretty much he doesn't do what everybody else is doing. So maybe that's why he carried it over into his
Yeah.
personal life. So I mean, do you think you'd be
Yeah.
in this situation if you were in public school?
No, not at all. Because here's the thing: if I was in public school, I would have the mindset that had to go to college and I had to take the ACT and had to work at a part-time job during the summer because I had school sports and And I would think that like I wouldn't have any time to work on this. Like I feel bad for the kids that are stuck in school because they have to do their school stuff because they're in it. They have to respect their parents for that. It's not their choice yet, but it's hard to run a business when you have school sports, and then you're trying to work a part-time job. Like I couldn't even imagine trying to learn what I learned then if I was in public school. So I think that it is so important, or a really good thing to do, because homeschooling, my mom always says, is learning how to learn, right? When you go to school, you're learning how to take a test, right? You're not learning how to learn much. It's just learning how to take a test and getting a good score on that test. You can go to college, but also so that the school looks good, so then they get more tax money, all that stupid stuff. But I mean, I think it's amazing because your kids, just like your kids, I mean, now they have the chance to have the time of the day to look at things that they want to do and not be stuck in a box, like you said. So I think I would not be here if I wasn't homeschooled at all. There's no way that it could have happened.
Wow, that's pretty interesting, because now that I'm kind of comparing, I guess, just for the fact that, we're pretty much taught to, as youngsters, to go to school, to do this, to do that. It's kind of like they're putting us in a box,
Yeah.
like almost, so it's
Yeah.
we take that in our adulthood, and then we figure we have to work a job until a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Then, so I mean, it's just pretty much just like you said, a system. So I think the world has a system for, us as being individuals, and not just, everybody wants to talk about American and American dream. It's not just America. I mean, it's all over the world. You can see people working everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody works, pretty much a job. But that's the thing, as far as, just the opportunity of just being able to, I guess, the internet just blew everything up, as far as, just giving, an advantage into a business world. And if you really understand and know how to use the internet, which Josh truly does, then, you can pretty much change, I guess, society. You can change your situation. You can actually develop your own systems to get out of, as they say, the rat race. Robert Kiyosaki talks about that, in his book, Rich Dad,
Yeah.
the rat race. So, and speaking of books, I mean, I think earlier you mentioned that you were not a big reader. Are you a big reader now?
I'm not. I am not a big reader. I can't remember last time I read a book. Like I've got, Gary's book right here. I bought it. I've got Seller to be sold. I've only read like a little bit of this, and I haven't even read the other book that I have. So like, I don't know. Here's my mind. Like, and even with courses, like I have Mentor Box from Tai Lopez because I grabbed the deal, and then I have the Wolf of Wall Street program too. I got those just because like, all right, I'll just try it out, right? And I was like, it's gonna help me. I always tell myself I don't really need this, but it'll probably help me in other areas, or I think I don't need it. So I don't really like watching too much of training or filling my mind with like more training and stuff because I feel like then I'm gonna get distracted on what I really should focus on. And if I just block all that out and just realize like, all right, I have a problem right here, I need to solve it, then I have the stress that I have to solve it myself, and that's gonna 2x how I would normally perform if I didn't feel like if I felt like I had somebody helping me, if that makes sense, right? Like there's more stress. I have to do this and figure this out by myself. So then I'm going to work 2 times as harder to do that. If instead of having something that I think is going to help me, like whether it's like a book or something, like if I read a book, am I wasting time reading a book when I could be solving the problem? Like, so I think training is really good and everything like that. I'm not in the stage of my life where I'm looking to invest more in my growth because I know what I want to do and I know what the problems I have to solve. And I know what they are. So now all it just comes down to is figuring out my own way to solve it. So not here to knock. I think it's amazing to go to events. And like, I actually just booked tickets to my first event in Las Vegas. I'm taking my dad, paying for him to fly down with me actually as well. So we're going to Las Vegas for an entrepreneur event. And like, I was like, all right, let's do it. Like time to see what's up with this. Something's good got to come out of it. But that's like the first time I've ever done that. So it's exciting. And so that's my thoughts on learning books and that.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting take. But as far as going to LA for that conference, what is the conference, if you don't mind saying? I mean, what conference is it?
Yeah, so it's in it's actually Las Vegas actually. It's called M3 Accelerator. It's hosted by like Jet Set Fly, some of those e-commerce guys, other like digital marketers. So like it's not like I think a couple thousand will be there. It's not like a super big one, but it's in like the Palm Spring Casino. And like I wasn't initially gonna go because the tickets were like $300 and some dollars, or there's like $1,000 tickets. And I was like, oh, I can't fly down there because I don't know. I won't have time. But then one of my guys, Nick Fitz, he's an e-commerce guy. He hooked me up with $67 tickets, so I just bought them. And then I went upstairs and I said to my dad, I'm like, I might have just bought tickets to an event in Las Vegas. And he's like, all right, he's like, all right, let's go. And I was like, all right. So, yeah, I'm gonna be paying for the whole trip, and I'm excited for it because I haven't left the state since I was like 3 years old, and I'm dying to travel. So it's gonna be exciting.
That's good. That's good that you actually can, buy your dad a ticket. It's actually not just, like a plan, buying a ticket. Most, I guess, teenagers are like, well, hey, they're going to their parents for money, but I'm not gonna say your parents are coming to you, but I mean, just for the fact that you can actually, so that's,
it feels good.
Yeah, that's exciting. So, as far as I guess that's pretty much one more question. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up because I know you've been going hard all day.
Sure.
You're young and stuff. I still know you want to enjoy your day, do some work or something, whatever you want to do. Because I guess you enjoy some work. But I guess pretty much.
Yeah.
I ask everybody this question at the end. Some people think it's serious. Some people think it's kind of lighthearted. But if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Okay. Oh man, I would want to have the persuasion, superpower persuasion, and I can sell anything. If I can, dude, that's the power right there, dude. You can, if you can persuade, you can do anything. Like you can do, like if I have power to persuade anyone, that's like ultimate power, I think. Now I think about that, like you can persuade governments, you can persuade people to buy your stuff, like that's the one I would do, persuasion.
That's interesting. And as far as your free gift, I know we have some viewers on, and then also there's going to be a lot of people watching the replay. What have you decided, or do you know what you want to give away, or can you put it in the chat box if people need to reach out to you? How do they get it?
So if they want the free gift, what I'm going to be giving away is actually a live example of one of my students cold messaging using our process. So I will be giving you access to the slide of an example of someone cold messaging and landing a meeting, so you guys can take from that actual example and put it into place. So message me on Facebook, because I don't know if I can drop the link here because I don't have the chat box, or I can, if you're, are you going to reshare this like in your group?
Yeah, actually it's live in my group now. So,
Okay, yeah. So I would say just make sure that people are here at the end to double check. They can just message me saying that they saw this. Just message me and say, like, if you're really watching this and you really know, then say the keyword cold messaging kings, and I'll know you're here, and I'll send over that live example.
all right, thanks so much, Josh. And I guess, is there any, I know you said message you on Facebook. I mean, is that the best place you can reach you at, as far as if they have any questions, they want to get in touch with you, anything like that? Is there any other platforms that you're on, or is just Facebook the best?
Yeah, it's mainly Facebook right now. So just message me there, Josh Gavin, or I'll be tagged probably. So just message me there. Really active. If you guys want to join the Cold Messaging Kings with Mike C and I, do that. It's amazing. So I'm excited to help you guys out. Check my posts for content and value, because I post 3 times a day on Facebook, and so there's plenty of stuff out there for you guys to see.
All right, thanks so much, Josh, and thank you guys for tuning in. You heard it today, how to transfer, to get rid of your cold calling and cold message, even though we kind of went off on different tangents, but just to get the mind of a 16-year-old entrepreneur, how he's running his business and how he plans on growing his business and being a trendsetter. So thanks so much, Josh, for tuning in, and we will check you guys.
My pleasure.
Out. All right, thanks. Have a good one.
What's funny is that, like, I know there's a countdown. I can't see it. The second you said that, my heart rate just shot through the fucking roof. Like, every time we go live, it's just like, like you get, like, you know, like when you're about to get on stage, your hands get sweaty. You know, like I've done like 50 fucking interviews and my hands still get sweaty. It's fucking bullshit.
And obviously, we're live. So I told you guys, I warned you in the post itself that you know, this guy's quick wit. He's hilarious. And but I mean, this is Jeff Miller. Let me go ahead and introduce his name. So actually, he was just telling me a story. I guess you can call it in the green room, the back room, or whatever you want to call it. So before we actually came on live, he was telling me a story of how he just pitched a rabbi on social media marketing. So I'll let him actually go into that and tell the story, his background, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So let's see.
It's weird. So like, if anyone, if you go on my personal page, like my goal is to make my Facebook page confirm and convert. Like, it's my sales page. That's just like, there's no difference between Jeff and Jeff that does Facebook ads. It's all Jeff, right? And because of it, like everyone on a purchasing spectrum for my services, it's like almost always reminded every time like I do something smart or driven, motivated. And I've got like 90-second marketing videos, and I've got the podcasting room. I've got like all this stuff, right? And so my mom sends me a text message like 3 days ago. She's like, I'm going to send you a rabbi. You better be nice. And I'm like, what does that mean, right? So I talked to him over the phone, and we talk about his problems, and like historically and philosophically, like people don't care what you know or what you do. They just want their problem solved. That's it. And so we start trying to figure out his problems. We talk over the phone. He's like, look, Jeff, what I really need is like I just need to talk it out and figure it out. I was like, great, that's a strategy session. So like, why don't you just come into the office and we'll figure it out? He's like, great, fine, perfect, let's do it. And so for people who don't know, I've got like a little office set up, right? So I've got, you know, my whiteboard of yelling right over there. I've got like the desk and the chairs, and through there's like the podcasting room, which look kind of familiar. And we start talking. And the way I run my sessions is I try to have like a plan and a process, just like a plastic surgeon. Like when you go to sit down with a plastic surgeon, consultation, I can solve your problem costing this much. It makes sense. Like there's no unsurety of how it's supposed to go. So my pitch process, onboarding program, selling top down. When do you want to start, right? And so we do the onboarding docs, and he starts talking about his problems and like the future and all that fun stuff, and where like he wants his congregation to go, and like the upcoming trend 3, 4, 5 years, and what everybody else is doing. And I constantly reinforced, help me understand this problem. Let me rephrase this problem. What if you did this? What does your best scenario look like? What's the end result that you're looking for? And then I wrote down everything he said, everything. Like when you're talking to accountants or a plastic surgeon or a lawyer and they don't take notes, you feel like they're not doing their job. Like, why aren't you taking notes? It's a big fucking deal. Take more notes. So I just take an F ton of notes. I have like 6 pages of notes, write down everything he says. And so at the end of the onboarding session, of which was like 15 questions, I transition into like the whiteboarding session, which is like, all right, I think I can solve these problems and definitely beat these numbers. Would you just like to see a program that can help solve your problems? And they almost always say yes. Cool. And we start whiteboarding and we start drawing out big squares, big circles, big dots, big like words and all that. And he starts talking about like his big trend that he's seeing now is that like his future congregation doesn't exist in his congregation right now. Like he has to go find them, give them a reason to come in, get off their butt and into his office. I was like, that's so funny because our program is called the Wallet Out, Ready to Buy Button Seat Customer Campaign. So you whiteboard a couple things. I said, my digital marketing journey is not too dissimilar than your journey. Like we're trying to find the next generation of digital marketers. They don't know about X. So like, you know, soap opera sequences or customer research or lead generation activities, things like that. And at the very least, I want these future digital marketers to know about it and then make a choice to not do it. Because that's fundamentally different than not knowing it. Like if you know it, you don't do it, that's fine. Like I know about cold email. I hate it. I don't do it. That's different than saying I don't know anything about cold email. Normal, right? And I showed them the program and like the 90-second videos and like the course membership and all that fun stuff. And I said, look, is there anybody in your office that can like create, edit, script out, do all these 90-second videos? He's like, there's nobody, it's just me and like 3 or 4 other people. It's like, okay. Well, if you'd like, I can charge you an hourly consultation rate, $250 an hour, and walk you through and your staff the right way to do it. Here's everything that you get, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, look, I don't think anybody in my staff can do this. How much does it cost to just like get this thing done, to get the 90-second videos and the course membership and the Facebook ads, get everything set up? I said, it's going to be expensive. He says, yeah. All right, fine. How much? I said, it's $2,900 month to month, no long-term commitment. And he said, okay. I was like, great. When would you like to start? He says, today. I said, that means you're going to have to go get a check and bring it back. He says, you got it. Then he left, and now I'm waiting for him to bring back the check. So literally, like, I could be the CMO of a temple down the street and it'd be like, hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller's 90 Seconds About Judaism. Like all that stuff, like the same thing I do for my car washes, my bike shops, my digital marketing companies, like all that. Like I could be their unofficial spokesperson. And what's cool, by the way, is when you do that, you're no longer the Facebook ads guy, which if you're only the Facebook ads guy, you're replaceable. Like if you're just a plumber, you're replaceable. But if you're a plumber that can plan, strategy, understand, fix, if you can do all the other stuff like a puzzle piece, you're much harder to replace and you charge a lot more. And that's the same approach I take with my digital marketing. Like I don't do just Facebook ads, I do 6 other things. And so it's really, really hard to be undercut when everyone's sending cold emails just about Facebook ads. And I say, Mr. Johnson, you know, it sounds great, but I don't do Facebook ads. I do all this other stuff. It just so happens that we do Facebook ads to move your needle, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, oh, okay. So I've kept my clients longer. I charge like 3 or 4 times as much. Like my bike shop, like he's paying $6,000 a month, jumping up and down. This guy's gonna be paying $3,000. Car wash guy was paying $15,000. Like it just works. So that was like a pretty cool experience that just happened like 2 hours ago. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And you know, that you have people coming to you. That's what, you know, every agency, that's what every business owner wants, you know, just people coming to you, you know, as far as like, hey, I want to use your business. I want you to help me, you know. And the thing is, you know, just as what he's saying, you know, you really don't want to be, you know, focused on one thing. Now, let me ask you this question, because actually somebody just told me that, especially, you know, I guess beginning agency owners, which I do have a lot of those in my circle, in my group or whatever. So somebody told me is like, well, when you get into a deal, you don't want to pitch them too many services, because I guess they when you're sitting down in a deal, a lot of people don't know you, and they said that, you know, more people or the more services you offer in a deal, then the less likelihood you are to sign up. I don't know if you can attest for that or not.
Yeah, so you want to have a program and have people make a decision about the program. Essentially, like when you bring in more variables, it causes more reasons to not say yes, more reasons I have to go back and check, more reasons I have to double check. Like, are you buying a Corvette today or not? Great, I can make a decision about buying a Corvette. Are you buying a Corvette, a Honda Civic, Ferrari, Rolls Royce? Oh my God, there's too many fucking options, right? What's interesting is they're all across a different pricing spectrum, which is how most people do their shit. Like, hey, random stranger, I know you got a Facebook ads problem, but how about you do Facebook ads, cold email, we do some 90-second marketing videos, we do some customer research, blah, blah, blah. You're like, no, that's not going to get you your intended result. You have to sell a thing. My thing is a wallet out, ready by button seat customer campaign. That's what I sell. And in it, I can solve your problems. What I've discovered is that when you're trying to sell too much stuff, confusion, non-clarity, I don't understand. But when you package it correctly, all of a sudden it makes a lot of fucking sense. Like nobody's going to buy wheels and a transmission and a hood, but they'll buy a car. So I sell a car, and it's just so that it happens that Facebook ads is the gas for that car. And so when you're trying to sell all different parts and pieces that don't connect, don't make a narrative, aren't solving people's problems, that don't have an onboarding session, you end up being this like weird drug plastic surgeon saying, please let me cut your face. And then they're like, no, I don't, no, get the fuck out of my office. And you're like, oh God, can I do it for free? They're like, fuck you and your free trials. Like, no, not gonna happen. You're selling too much stuff. It's too confusing. But what you need is to have like a solid, coherent plan. You need to do what Donald Miller talks about in Brand Story, which is, I am Yoda, you are Luke Skywalker. I will show you the path. Here's the 7 steps you have to do. And that is called like your program. And so I have the wallet out ready by button seat customer campaign. And if you aren't signing clients like 2-3K a month consistently, it's because for some reason your brain doesn't know how to do that correctly. And I've never run into a scenario where somebody says like, hey, Jeff, I'm not going to write you a check because you don't have case studies, results, or previous experience. They say, hey, Jeff, I'm not going to write you a check because your program doesn't solve my problems, because we're not clear on the path, because you're asking for too much money. Like sometimes I ask for like 10K. They're like, I'm not paying you 10K. I'll pay you 2 or 3. And so like for up and coming digital marketers, especially like people who are in the Facebook ad space, they don't have a sales process. They don't go like onboarding docs, pitch, and then ask when they want to start. They do like, yeah, I can like, yeah, just kind of like fill out this form and you can get more stuff. Would you like to upgrade your order? Right? How about this and blah, blah, blah. And then as a function of you not properly addressing their goals, they say, no, I don't want to do it. Then you lower your price. Kind of like if you went to a plastic surgeon, again, with the plastic surgery reference of like, hey, I've got a problem with my eye. And the plastic surgeon's like, would you like liposuction too? You're like, no, we got to talk about my eyes. Yeah, I know. I got your eyes. Yeah, we can do that. Would you like me to fix like other stuff? And you're like, no, we got to do my eye. And then at that point, you're saying, well, I don't want to fucking buy from you. Get the fuck out. I don't trust you. I don't know you. I don't like you. You're not addressing my problems. You're not solving my problems. You didn't establish tribal language using the same words that I use to describe my problems. So I'm out, and the plastic surgeon says, well, how about I do it for half off? And you're like, no, I already said no, right? And so they just get out. So like, I just kind of ranted a bit, but that's the basic idea.
No, that's good. It's always good, you know, when you rant, because obviously, you know, even in a rant, you know, we're learning information, and because actually, I'm kind of sitting here, you know, taking notes and everything. And I met you at J.R. Rivas's conference in Atlanta, and I know you mentioned something as far as onboarding clients. I mean, what is the exact process? Because I mean, I thought it was kind of intriguing and interesting how you pretty much have your clients, the people, your companies you're working with, sign up, pretty much, I guess, give them a questionnaire and what they want and what they hope to get out of your services. And when there's any issues or anything, because all right. But I know Jeff tells them to actually, he tells them how many leads he's going to get them. It's like, when we start getting these leads, it's like, do you have a system in place to onboard these leads? And then he has them, you know, fill out this whole questionnaire. And then when there's issues or something, he'll pull out the questionnaire and tell them. It's like, and there it is right there. So he'll pull out the questionnaire and tell them, it's like, well, you said so-and-so, so-and-so. It's like, I told you, and I'm doing what I'm doing on my end. It's like, why are you not converting the leads like you said you're going to convert them? We're sending you this many leads. Why are they not converting? So I'll let him go into that.
Yeah. So like the basic challenge is that like you feel like you're too salesy, you're too slimy, or like you're too pitchy and all that. And the reason why you feel that way is because you have not gotten permission from somebody to pitch. And you don't actually pitch, you like show them behind the scenes, or like you pull back the curtains, here's how programs like this work. And so it's easier for you to demand a price when it's like, this is how the program works. This is how much it costs. Like a Lamborghini salesperson doesn't say like, oh, you know, I built the car, I can charge whatever I want. No, the car costs fucking money, right? And that's all a function of bad onboarding. And so when you talk to a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant, they don't like say like, hey, did you want to like, just pay me and I'll do your taxes. You're like, no, that's fucking weird. Like, can we talk a little bit first? Like doctors have consultations, agencies have onboarding sessions. Makes sense, right? And so what I do is I have about a 15-minute conversation with my client. It's recorded. And I say, we're going to review this first and figure out if it makes sense to take the next step, if I can beat your numbers, and ultimately show you how much the start thing costs. And they say, great, fine, perfect, right? So that's the transition from onboarding to pitch. But in the onboarding questions, I usually say like, hey, Mr. Johnson, the way I run these sessions is I ask you a bunch of questions, and then we're going to see if it makes sense to take the next step. They say, great. And so some of the questions are like, so how many leads are you currently getting from your online marketing? And they tell me it's either 0 or 100. Like there's no like exact number. It's like, I don't know, 4 or or like a billion. Like they never know, right? Which means if you know, you can provide clarity, and all of a sudden it's reason for them to stay month after month. How many of those leads turn to customers? Are we talking like you generate 4 leads a month, they all turn into customers? Are you generating 100 leads a month and 2 turn into customers? If that's the case, by the way, I've got an awesome soap opera sequence campaign that can reignite those old leads. How many leads do you expect in the next month, and have you closed Facebook ads before? And I have about 15 of these questions, which include who's your best closer and how fast do they respond to inquiries? Am I going to be sending you phone calls that ring off the hook, or am I sending you phone calls that are going to be picked up immediately? And they say, oh, we always pick the phone calls immediately. So I write it down, right? Like, and you always pick up the phone immediately, which by the way is like when I then start sending them phone calls and they don't pick up immediately, and I send 5 in one day and their phone doesn't get picked up at all, I get to yell at them. You said you do it, but you didn't. So what the fuck? Like, I built this program specifically to work because of what you filled out here. This is what you said your part of the deal was. This is why your marketing isn't working. And so this is like a cover your ass type thing. I do it with all my clients, all my future clients. And when you do this correctly, a couple things happen. The first is you get permission to pitch. Like, yeah, I can definitely meet or beat these numbers. The second is you develop an awesome fucking reputation with someone who knows what they're doing. And third is you know if you can actually meet or beat their numbers. So like this happened. This is the only time I've never done an onboarding session. I did it with a lawyer. And I was like, yeah, it's $2,900 a month, sure, whatever. Close the deal with the phone. He's jumping up and down. Great. 5 minutes later, he sends a check, or he just pays the invoice. And 2 months later, I find out that he's generating thousands of leads a month. Thousands. How am I going to beat that shit, right? He's got Facebook ads guys on staff, right? Like, why would I ever take that contract? I didn't know that I was set up for failure because I didn't do onboarding docs, right? Contrast that to the car wash, where I'm generating 10 to 15 customer opportunities a day. Their phone is ringing 4 to 5 times a day. And he says people pick up immediately. Guess what? Your staff has never picked up one fucking phone. Like, how about that, Mr. Johnson, right? And so once you establish the fact that we wrote it down, it's somewhat official, it's in stone, kind of, and it's recorded, and I built a program based upon this, well, all of a sudden your chances of keeping your client are much, much higher. Like, everybody wants Arnold Schwarzenegger as a trainer to slap the Taco Bell out of the mouth, right? Just like slap it out of the mouth, like no Taco Bell, and then drag them to the gym. The onboarding docs will let you do that. So I always do onboarding docs every single time. And then from there, I transition into the pitch, which kind of looks like that over there. I mean, it's always slightly different, but it's always like the 7 steps. And then I have my proposal right here. And then I say, when do you want your results to start? And they say tomorrow. I say, if that's the case, you're gonna have to write them a check today. And then they say, okay. And then you start closing like, 2 to 3 deals a week at 2 to 3K a month. And fuck, you're doing $100,000 really fucking fast. So that kind of idea.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that you say that, because I know you said you talked to a lawyer, you just talked to a rabbi, you talked to a car wash. So all these people are pretty much, in your business, in your agency, you're running ads for them, or doing some type of social media something for them. So how important is it to, because a lot of people talk about niching down. So if you're first starting out, do we need to niche down, or do we need to?
Don't niche. Niching is fucking stupid. Do not niche. It's absolutely worst thing you can do. Like, when you niche, you tell half the world that you don't want to do business with them. Like, oh my God, I'm only doing Facebook ads for chiropractors. What about the 90 fucking other businesses that are within like 3 walking blocks of you? You saying you don't want to do business with them? No, I would do their business. So stop saying you do Facebook ads for a chiropractor. Say you do Facebook ads. How about that, buddy? Like, when you go to networking events and you're a normal human being, you're going to have 5 to 10 people saying, I have a problem with my Facebook ads. Can you check? And you go, oh, no, I only do Facebook ads for dentists. And they're like, it's fucking Facebook ads. What are you talking about, right? And so the whole strategy behind this is do business with as many people as you can. And then once you hit 20, 30, 40, 50K a month consistently, then you can start specializing it. You can call it niching if you want. I think niching is stupid. I think it's bad for you. And everybody that watches is gonna be like, well, what about Jordan Parker that's doing $1 million fucking dollars a year? I go, yeah, what about 99 other people just like Jordan Parker that niched in the wrong fucking place? Like, the second you niche, you're gonna say, I only want to do Facebook ads for chiropractors. You're gonna be watching all the dentists making a fuck ton of money. Oh God, all right, so I'm gonna do Facebook ads for dentists. And then, you know what, all the gyms are gonna be like Alex Hormozy. Fuck, and now you do Facebook ads for gyms. And you're bouncing between all 3, thinking you have to be an expert to, like, you have to like niche and blah, blah, get to deals. No, you don't. You don't need like case studies or previous results or experience to land a 2 to 3K month client. People in my fucking group are doing it all goddamn day. You just need to do onboarding, pitch, and then ask when they want to start. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to fucking have to do. Like, nobody asks a cop for credentials. That's just how it works, right? Like it's just, you don't need to niche, and you shouldn't have to niche, and you don't want to niche, because the second you niche, your brain is going to say, what about the grass is greener over there? And the reason why you niche is because you think you have to be an expert and beat them at their own game. You're not going to be somebody with 30 years of dentist experience. It's not going to happen. They don't want you to beat them. Let them be the fucking dentist expert. You just be good at Facebook ads. And by the way, you don't have to be great at Facebook ads. You just have to be not shitty, and then they'll pay you more money. So like, it's totally 100% doable. You should not be letting your shitty brain tell you that you have to be an expert, that you have to niche, nothing like that. Do business with normal human beings. I've got car washes, bike shops, child psychologists, fucking rabbi. There's people in my group that are landing like, what's it called? Storage facilities. Like, it's just, it makes total sense. Like Steph Sine has like 15 massage spas. She just landed this like placement company that's paying her $4K a month to do Facebook ads. She's got 5 to 10 other clients outside of massage spas. And she's like, I don't know why people call me the massage spa lady, because I do other Facebook ads. Like, I'm not going to say no to money. And you shouldn't when you're starting out, but that's what you do when you say you're niching. So don't fucking niche. Go do Facebook ads. Date everybody, then figure out who you want to marry. That should be like your approach. And so that's my 2 cents. You know what I mean? That kind of idea.
And I know Dalen just said, it says they consider you an expert as long as you know more things about them when you do Facebook ads.
Correct.
So actually, I want to be, I guess, kind of play a little skeptic here, you know, and kind of pique your interest, get your thoughts on this, you know, because as far as a lot of people say you need to niche down, especially in the beginning, because they say you need to figure out, I guess, a particular problem that, you know, a industry or a company has. So what are your thoughts on that?
So the problem that a company has is generating new customers. End of fucking discussion. Like, generating new customers. They don't expect you to know like hydraulic nucleic acid on the inside of an E that's coming up in like 6 months. That's extra shit that like will happen when you're doing $500,000 a month. Don't fucking worry about that. Like, you can get to 20, 30K a month. You can get your change my life forever dollar driven number. You can make like you can make $250,000 a year without niching and only doing business with people that you can like live, work, and play near. Like, I'm looking at my landing page right now, which is where I put all my testimonials. So there's a guy who just signed a water tank company, right? That's not a niche, right? This guy's signed a bike company. We got a local spa. We've got a 55 and over continuing retirement care community. We've got a med spa. We've got a yoga studio. We've got a car wash. We've got a liposuction person. We've got a Pilates. We've got a refrigeration company, an eyelash studio, a carpet cleaner. Like these are not niche conversations. These are normal fucking businesses. And there's no way in hell that you can get enough case studies or experience or results or whatever to land $1,000 a month eyelash studio, right? But for some reason, people watching this are saying, I need to have 30 years of experience and know all the fucking journals before I can get a dentist at $500 a month or $1,000 a month or $1,500. It's not true. It's not true at all. I signed a dentist at $2,200 without any previous results, case studies, or experience. The reason why people are not buying from you is because your sales process sucks. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know how to drive your car. If you know how to drive a car, you drive any fucking car, right? So you just have to like keep dating people until you find the one you want to get married. Keep dating your customers until you find the one that you want to niche. And don't even have a conversation about niching or specializing until you hit 20, 30, 40, 50K a month. And then, and only then, can you begin to specialize and send out a signal to the universe that like, hey, we're doing like car wash ads. And here's what's cool, by the way. Niching is simply changing one fucking word in your pitch. That's it. Hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller. And I want to let you know that I generate between 30 and 40 customer opportunities a month for dentists in Miami. Guess what? You want to do a new niche? Hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller, and I want to let you know I generate 30, 40 customer opportunities for chiropractors every single month. You want to fucking niche again? Like, it's that, right? So like this whole, like the fundamental problem niching is like, you think you have to be an expert. You don't. You think you have to cases. You don't. You don't have to solve a particular problem for a business because there's already a problem with your business that's right next door to you, and you fucking know what it is. Like you don't have to eat one type of food, guys. There's a fucking farm around you. Like, just fucking eat. Go get a client. Like, it's not fundamentally difficult. And the problem is like when you say like I have to niche, it's because your brain is lying to you. Like, there's just no other way around it. Like somebody client signed a music company. There's a Pilates studio again, a vein and skin company. Some guy charged like $2,000 for funnels. A gym. Like, all this shit is non-niching. It's do business with real life human beings, on board to figure out their problems, charge for solving their problems, and magically they'll pay you money. every fucking time. So those kind of ideas.
Wow, that's kind of interesting you said that, because I mean, that's the way, that's the way I thought coming into, the field and the agency, as far as everybody. I mean, you're generating leads for everybody. I mean, every company needs leads. I mean, you need leads for your business, you need leads for your agency. So every company needs leads. So as long as you're, providing leads and finding leads for them, then, you can pretty much generate your services to everybody, or give your services to everybody. Yeah. So that's kind of the way, that's the way I thought about it. But then, I had other people telling me other things, and you hear all these other people like, well, yeah, you need to niche down, get case studies and all this stuff. You need to, find a particular type of company too. And I guess
How about you do a case study for a fucking rabbi? There's no fucking case studies for rabbis, right? Like, there's no case studies for bike shops or car washes. Like, you can't go to the case study store and buy a case study for a fucking vet clinic, right? Like, it's not going to happen. And what's interesting, by the way, like, you think like, oh, I'm just going to take something off the shelf and shove it into your business. You're going to pay me money. That's probably not true. Like, you have to have an honest conversation with the people you want to do business with and to figure out their problems and create a program to solve it. As it turns out, it's called the Wallet Campaign for me. Have your own fucking name. Don't take it. But like, just because you have a case study doesn't mean people will pay you money. Like, hey, Mr. Johnson, here's a case study on how, like, I generated 1,000 appointments for an eyelash studio. Do you want to pay me $200 a month? No, fuck off, internet person. And meanwhile, I'll come in and be like, hey, Mr. Johnson, nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, I know Mr. Alex down the street. That's so funny. I hear you're having Facebook ad problems. Can I show you how I generate 30 customer opportunities a month for, like, Mr. Johnson's vet clinic? But we'll do it for you for eyelashes. Are you sure that would work? Yeah, come on by. I'll show you. Hey, great. Onboarding session. What's your biggest problem with your business? My biggest problem with my business is not lead generation. Oh, look at that shit. My biggest problem is actually turning these leads into money. Well, isn't that funny? Because I've got a program that will not just generate leads, but actually turn them into money. Let me show you how it works. And then I land somebody at like $2,000 a month, while the guy charging $200 a month can't do shit. And so it's because you have to have a conversation, which is like, God fucking forbid, you make money more than just by sending an email. But yeah, that type of stuff. That's how I usually end my rants.
And we had actually, I guess it was a thought. It says the reason why they ask for case studies is because they do not trust you. So right. how do you develop trust between them? I mean, obviously, yeah, I know you just mentioned, you say, yeah, we're helping so-and-so else down the street. Yeah. So how do you develop trust with somebody who doesn't even know you?
Yeah. So use your face, which is like what human beings have been using for a whole fucking existence. Like, use your face. Like, when you meet people in person, they will trust you. If you're a normal human being, put on your normal people skin, go to an in-person marketing event, go to a networking event, go to Chamber of Commerce, BNI, Meetup, Eventbrite, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Go and be a normal human being. Hey, my name is Jeff Miller. I'm starting a Facebook ad agency. I didn't say I'm an expert. I didn't say I'm running an agency. I didn't say I was growing. I'm starting a Facebook ad agency. Cool. Now when I fuck up, it's okay. I'm not expected to have all the information in the world. Just like if somebody said like, hey, I'm starting an insurance agency. Oh, well, what didn't you know about blah, blah, blah? Fuck you. I'm starting an insurance agency. Jeff, how are you not the absolute Facebook ads expert on everything? I'm not, because I'm starting a Facebook ad agency. I'm starting a legal company, or whatever the fuck it is. I'm starting an accounting company. I'm starting a tax office. When you're starting out, you don't have to be an expert in everything. You just have to be a human being. And when you meet them in person and you let them bitch about their problems and they say you could solve them, they will know you and they will like you. They won't trust you yet. They will trust your process. And so that's why you have like your 7 steps. I call it the Wallet Out campaign. Like, here's the 7 steps. We run customer research so we don't have to be experts in your niche. I don't have to be an expert in your specific thing. I have to be an expert in asking your future customers. Oh, no shit, right? Then Facebook ads and the rest of the 7 steps. So once you meet normal human beings in an in-person event, just like I met you, like, great, KTL, know, like, trust, really fucking fast. Make sure your profile confirms and converts. Make sure it doesn't look like a drunk surgeon. No fucking Trump shit. No fucking politics shit. Nothing about cats or memes. Facebook stuff makes total sense. When you meet people and all of a sudden they don't message you back, it's because they looked you up on Facebook and saw a message that was conflicting with the message you were sending them in person. The biggest reason why people that are starting an agency have drop-off rate, that's what it's called, like, they never signed, they never called back, they're ghosting me, is because they looked you up on the internet and they saw a big box of bullshit. So make sure your Facebook profile confirms and converts. Nobody's going to buy food from a skinny chef, and nobody's going to buy personal training from a fat personal trainer. Make sure your shit lines up. You know what I mean? And so when you go to real life human being events like Chamber of Commerce's BNI, pay $12. Just pay the $12 for lunch. It's probably shitty. Who gives a fuck? You're going to meet 30, 40, 50 human beings. You're going to say hi to all of them, and they're going to know you, right? and then they're going to look you on Facebook, so they're probably going to like you or trust you. And then once you show them a program, it's not about trusting you, it's about trusting the program. Like, I don't have to fucking like my Honda dealer because it's a fucking Honda, right? I don't have to like the Lamborghini car salesperson because I'm buying a Lamborghini. I don't have to like the Express person because it's Express. So have a thing, like have that. And mine's the Wallet Out campaign. Shit, you can name it whatever the fuck you want, but just show them how the program works, and then say like, you're probably wondering how much this darn thing costs. They're going to say yes, and you tell them, and then they pay you money. Like that's why I record all my pitch meetings, so that I can like show it. Like I record the rabbi pitch meeting. It's going in my group later today. Like I've got the car wash and all that shit because like I tell people about it, they have no fucking idea what I mean. Like just watch the video. And so,
Yeah, that's true. Videos tell all. But I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, if you guys are finding value, put a 2 in the comments. Put a hashtag ABM. Always be moving. That's our motto here in my group. So the thing is, he just gave you guys a lot of and Dalen says he couldn't agree more. It says use social media for profit, not pleasure. Social media is your business card. Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on too. He's giving you guys, I guess he just gave a lot of value in there. First, he told you pretty much how you can go out and acquire leads. He said, go to a BNI, go to, different business events. So there's your lead acquisition. And then he said, even with profile, that's how leads come to you as far as, how you optimize your profile. You make sure that whatever your message is that you're reaching out to, not just, well, in his terms, not just one particular niche or one particular company, not just to dentists or not just to chiropractors, not just to one niche, but just reach out to all business owners and let them know that you can bring them leads. And I mean, that's just a lot of value that he is giving. So if you want to reach out to him, and hashtag every always be moving. So
the protein powder is everywhere. I spilled it all over.
Well, that's pretty interesting. So obviously you see that Jeff is always moving. I mean, he's moved like 5 or 6 different times. He's been in and out of the frame. And
I've got a desk bike. So like, this is my stand-up desk, and now I'm pedaling on my bike, right? So like, when I'm on my conference calls that take too long, I'm not fucking sitting, right? That's gonna hurt your lower back, ruin your brain. I'm just on my desk bike pedaling away. I did like 200 calories today so far. Just kind of like keep going like this, but it looks weird on a conference call because then I end up doing this shit. But yeah.
That's fine if you want to pedal, man. We don't care. That's, as long as you're moving, as long as you're doing something, that's what it's all about. But so that's not coffee in your cup. It's just what, protein?
It's coffee. It's liquid coffee, mostly hot water. I just stroked my coffee. Then there's vitamin C because I feel like I'm getting sick, and then a protein powder that's vegetarian. But it looks absolutely horrible. It looks like there's a fungus in my cup. Like the color is so bad, it's horrible.
What's it taste like?
It tastes the grossest thing I've ever had in my life. Like, do not do this. It's so bad.
So that means it's healthy then. If the worse it gets, the healthier it is for your body.
And then I've got from Amazon, I call it dirt, but it's green superfood. It's fucking dirt.
Oh, I think I've tried that. I might have tried that before.
It's so gross. Absolutely horrible. But
yeah, I was looking at your shirt. What is on your shirt? The front of your shirt.
This is Ryan Levasque, right? So
I can't really see.
Yeah, so it's Ryan Levasque, and he's wearing my T-shirt, but that wasn't intentional. So like, I've got my butt group, right? Like the ass fam and all that, and I wanted a really cool T-shirt, which ended up. This is like version 2 of my T-shirt, which is like, it's awesome. I'm proud of it. I think it's super fun. This is like my 10K T-shirt. Oh, these T-shirts always smell so bad when you open them. Like, here we go. So this is like a cool shirt, right? Like, look, there's a butt, 10K, all that fun stuff. Like we gave out free earlier today. But this is version 1 of my shirt. And so Ryan Levasque, he's Stanford Brown neurologist, like, fuck that, I'm making $1 million. And he did it like 52 weeks in a row. And he bases his whole business on customer research. It's like, that's so smart. I did it. So I do it for my program. It fucking works. And I wanted a T-shirt for my ass fam. I call this T-shirt company in Miami. I was like, I want a T-shirt with a butt on it and ass fam. I'm not a T-shirt person. I don't know what it should be. You're the T-shirt person. So I'm going to pay you money. You make me a good T-shirt. And they go, okay. So they send me a picture of a butt on an ass fam underneath. It's the grossest shit I've ever seen. Like, it's not even like artistic. They just like did a fucking like a paint. Like they just put on, like, there's nothing exciting to it. It's just like, it looks like something I would do. I was like, this is fucking horrible. I can't believe you guys do this. Like, make it better and make it look like this guy's shirt. So he screenshot Ryan Levasque talking. That's what this is. it's still got the play button, and I screenshot and I sent it to him. I'm like, okay, we can make that. I was like, great. I'm going to Amsterdam. Come back in 2 weeks. Make sure that shit is in my office by then. They say fine. They're like 3 blocks that way. Come back. The shirt is there. I'm super sick. They put it on, and it's a picture of Ryan Levesque wearing the shirt that I wanted. I was like, what the fuck? Like, is this like some bad joke? Like, it's literally Ryan Levesque. It's still a screenshot with the ass fam in the butt. And I was like, wait, did this t-shirt company just send me a picture of the shirt that I wanted with the guy of the shirt that I wanted? Like, did you send me a screenshot and put it on a shirt? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I can't believe you did that. So I call him. I was like, hey, I got your shirt. And like, he was like, I hope you like it. I was like, are you sitting down? And she's like, yes. And I was like, all right, I want you to look around the office. Is there anybody in the office? She's like, yeah, there's like 4 people. I was like, okay, I want you to sit down, look at the office, and figure out who the stupidest fucking person in the room is, because this is what you did. And then I sent them the Loom video while I was still talking to him, so I could see her watching while I was talking to him. I was like, you sent me a t-shirt of a guy wearing the t-shirt, and you sent it with the play button still on it. So I know you guys did like the least work amount possible. Like, I don't want a refund. I just want you to sit around and figure out who the dumbest person in your office is. And that was a conversation. Like, I am so mind blown about like how so many people looked at this and thought it was what like a problem where a person wanted. Like, I don't know shit about t-shirts. I had a problem. I said I wanted these 2 things on it, figure it out, and then they fucking sent me this, and I was like, you guys are unbelievable. So I hired a different guy on the internet, based out of Morocco, that ended up doing this, and I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted, right? Like, there's the butt, and like, it says hash fam and all that shit. But like, I wear this as like a great example of like why you have to speak something called tribal language. Like, tribal language is language that people use to describe their problems. If you're not speaking the same language, you don't fucking have any idea. And this lady was not using my tribal language. She was using her tribal language, which is like, you tell me what you want. And I'm going, I don't fucking know what I want. You're the t-shirt person. You figure it out. What's interesting is most people who run Facebook ads take that approach. They say, Mr. Johnson, you tell me what you want. Mr. Johnson's problem aware. He's got a problem in the business. He's not generating leads. He doesn't know about the solution. He's problem aware. So it's up to you as the Facebook ads person to show a path that will solve that. You have to be the solution provider, not the Facebook ads guy, not the email guy, a solution too. And so, for example, with the guy that created this, he said, Jeff, you don't know anything about t-shirts. I'm going to show you 4 or 5 designs. You pick the one that you want. And I said, deal. So he sent me one like this. I was like, that's the one that I want. He said, great. I'm going to send you 3 or 4 different t-shirts and textures. Pick the one you want. I said, great. You got it. He didn't dare ask me what I wanted. Just like we as Facebook ads agencies should not ask what our clients want. We should ask about the end result that they want, and we will help them get there. So that's like the end of that. I feel like we're getting some good like 90-second chunks, you know. So
yeah, we are. We got a lot of yeah. I know Dean just joined us. Who else just joined in? Nico's joined. Nelson joined. And Dean says, sell the solutions, not the process.
Yeah,
which is yeah, that's true.
Good shit.
So yeah. So yeah, actually we need to go ahead and start, closing down. I know yeah, this is fire. Dean said this is fire. So yeah, actually, and you guys, I don't know what happened to Facebook. They pretty much promoted it out late because just a ton of people just hopped on already right when we're getting ready to shut everything down. Yes, that's kind of how it works. And usually, actually, I forgot to ask Kim this, but if you had one superpower, what would it be and why? I usually ask all my guests.
I would pick pooping money, because it would be money. Like, that would be my superpower. Just eat too much sushi and hundreds just shoot up my butt. That would be my fucking superpower. Like there's nothing else. Like flying or like be made of rock. Fuck you. I want to poop money. Like, if that's all I did, my life would be fucking amazing. Like that.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Where your waste would be money instead of actual excrement and waste.
And I'll bet you nobody else has dared answer like that, right? Everyone else is like, I think invisibility or like telekinesis. No, fuck you. I want to eat sushi and shit money. That's what I want to do.
That's of course he'd say that. Yeah, we're actually going to end on this note right here. Of course, after all that about the story and everything, and the T-shirt and all that, and then of course that would be the typical answer that he would give. Yep. So yes, but how can people reach you, Jeff? I mean, obviously the group. Obviously, do you have any as far as, the programs. Oh yeah, and I wanted to do this too. Wanted to congratulate him. I know we talked about it, before we hopped on, but yeah, just in case you guys, obviously all the value that he gave, obviously what he, the value that he has, so you know what he's doing online and everything. But just to vouch for that, he's actually part of Andrew's Kroeze $250,000 club. So that's just just a side note, just to throw that in there as well. But how else can people reach out to you, Jeff?
So just join my Facebook group. It's bit.ly/butt, BUTT group in all caps. Or Michael drop like a link if you feel like it. I usually respond to PMs every now and then, so that's no big deal. Try not to tag me on stuff because I just removed it off my timeline. But yeah, if you want to like join like the Ask Fam movement and all that fun stuff, just join the group and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeff, for joining us. And yeah, actually, I can vouch that he does actually answer, DMs and, PMs, private messages and stuff, because he's hit me. I asked him a couple of questions, especially right after the conference. And he answered some of my questions and stuff. So hit him up. I know he's busy and everything, but I mean, he still does make time to view his inbox. So I do appreciate you joining. And thank you for everybody that was on here. Hashtag ABM, always be moving, and hit Jeff up. And I can drop a link in there if he wants me to. He can send it to me and all that stuff. But thanks. And if you have any questions, reach out to him, and we will see you guys on the next one. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, how is everybody doing? I am live here with Chelsea Kenyon. And as you saw from the post, I have, well, actually, she can't see me. So hopefully you guys, let me check to make sure that I am good on my, actually, my wife's going to check for me. But hopefully you guys can hear me. You can see me. You can see her and everything like that. But I am back for another interview. I'm actually, everything's good because I hear myself talking in the background. So we're good. And we're live. So can you see me now, Chelsea, or you still can't see me? All right. Well, yeah, everything looks good. I'm going to complain to be live. So just know that be live after I get off. So it looks like we have a couple of people who joined, which I cannot see exactly who they are. So thank you guys for joining. But like I said, I'm back. I'm actually changing up everything. I'm get ready to get a new Facebook group for you guys who are actually employees and you're wanting to transition into entrepreneurs. You're kind of in between, or maybe you're just, a new beginning entrepreneur. I'm actually going to be starting a Facebook group as far as that to help you guys out, transition and everything, things that you need to do, tools that you need, software that you need, and just have interviews like people on here like Chelsea, experts coming in, just explaining how they grew their business. Now, obviously, I grew mine just pretty much based, online, but there's other ways that you can grow a business as well. I'm actually going to be bringing in experts and entrepreneurs, business owners to come in and to explain that to you guys. And I just want to give the floor to Chelsea now. As you saw in the background, she has a direct sales business that she pretty much built from the ground up with no ads, that she told me. She has a coaching business as well that she built from the ground up, because a lot of people always talk about ads and everything like that. And before I hopped on earlier today, it was somebody saying, that's pretty interesting. That's a good topic to have, people that are growing businesses without ads, because all these experts and gurus and whatever you want to call them, they're pushing Facebook ads or Google ads, or just run ads, marketing and ads. But she is an example that you do not have to have ads to. Going to open up the floor to Chelsea and let her take it from there.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. All right, great. Yeah, so I cannot wait to talk about this. Thanks so much for having me on, Mike. It's one of my favorite subjects to talk about. Actually, I have a lot of favorite subjects that I could talk about for days and days because I'm a talker. But so I'll try to stay on task and on target because I know people are tuning in today to learn how they can build a business without ads. Now, when I first started business, I was in direct sales, and I had to really roll with the punches because this was 8 years ago, back when Facebook allowed business pages to show in people's timelines. So the goal was to get people to like your business page, and then all of your posts would show in their timelines. I actually built up to, I don't know, I mean, it wasn't six figures yet, but a pretty nice income 8 years ago, just with my business page. And my business page didn't even have my name on it. It had no picture of me. I was just a random entity on the internet. And I had 200 friends on Facebook, and I built up my business page to 10,000 likes, which was really great at the time. And it definitely helped me build up a nice income. But then Facebook changed the rules of the game, and they started pulling the Facebook pages out of people's news feeds, and it was disastrous for those of us who had built everything on a Facebook page. So I literally, after a year of building that up, after, having 10,000 fans on my page and doing contests and all this stuff, I literally had nothing. I had to start completely from scratch. Nobody was seeing my business page anymore, unless they were going to go look for it. But everybody's so used to seeing business pages in their news feeds. So it's just a very different time. So I quickly had to pivot, and I started focusing on my Facebook profile. And sorry, hold on one second. So through doing that, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about building organically. And by the time ads started becoming popular, ads really started showing up in a big way, probably about 3 years ago. That's when they started really, really becoming a big thing. And now it's almost like people just automatically assume, oh, if you're building a business, you have to invest in ads, like right off the bat. And I would really love to clear up that myth, because, unless you already have a following, unless you've already given people something, most ads these days just go right over people's heads. Like, we tune everything out, just like in the olden days when we'd actually have to like sit through, or like they'd actually play the commercials, right? We couldn't fast forward or anything. We'd get up and use that as our snack break, right? Like, we'd refill the popcorn, we'd go to the bathroom, we'd come back. Even ads that pop up on Facebook, we've learned to tune this stuff out, okay? And so ads are becoming increasingly difficult to get people to pay attention to. That's why in ads there's like retargeting, because you want to talk to people that have come to your website, been to your website, have started down that path. So now, instead of the old, like 3 or 4 years ago, where you could just show an ad to somebody and boom, you'd get all these sales. No, now you have to build like a customer journey. You have to give them something free and then warm them up with a little this and a little that. If you're extremely lucky, you are one of the 1% who throw an ad out there and sell, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 coaching programs on one webinar. Okay, but that's not normal. That is not normal. So you're kind of playing the ad lottery when you're doing that. So what I found that if you actually use your profile properly, you can actually create a lead generation machine. If you go to my profile and look, I get tons of comments, tons of engagement. I'm talking to people, I'm present. So my way takes a little bit more time up front, because you are actually having to put the legwork in, but it's a lot more lucrative, okay? So when I started doing this, when I started actively working my Facebook profile and doing all the right things and figuring things out and trial and error, because Facebook is just my jam, things just really started taking off, and I started noticing patterns, and I was able to pivot even more and like shift and go, okay, this works, this works, this works. And when I started my coaching business, over a year ago, I was doing weight loss, and the very first program that I launched, I did it all on Facebook. Okay, no ads, no anything. I went live on Facebook. I talked to my people, but because I had hyped it up, okay, so I did a lot of hype beforehand, and the guy had like an actual strategy, an actual system that I used. So I hyped it up, I went live, I shared it, and then I shared it again, had a lot of conversations in Messenger. I ended up selling, I think, 13,000, like right off the bat, with my first actual like professional launch, okay? Because I had kind of tested the waters before, just going live and saying, hey, I'm going to start this group. It's $100, blah, blah, blah. Did that a couple times. That worked out okay. That was like $800 here, $1,300 there, whatever. But when I actually sat down and I created a strategy, implemented it, and stuck to it, boom, thousands and thousands of dollars. So I jumped right into that six-figure level right off the bat and have maintained it. And it's because I built a really phenomenal Facebook profile. I have done this 100% from my Facebook profile, nothing else, no ads. I'm kind of on Instagram, more just playing around. But I will say 90% of my business comes from my Facebook profile. They start on my profile, then I take them other places, okay? And that's the thing. Oh, now you can see. Now all of a sudden I can see it. I don't know what you did, but now I can see like a little thing on the top there. Okay. Oh, you're taking them to my profile. Perfect. So when you have people that come to your profile, you want to give them a next step to take with you, because to be honest with you, most people on Facebook are checking you out. They're stalkers. Okay. They may see that you posted something somewhere of value. They're going to go to your profile and check it out. It's kind of like a little virtual business card, and it can also be the entrance to a funnel. So I see so many people are just like not paying any attention, not caring whatsoever about their profile, and thinking it's all about events and business pages and ads and all this stuff. Bullshit. It all starts on your freaking profile, man. It all starts on your profile. So there's so many ways that people are coming to your profile, and you're leaking people. So they come to your profile to check you out, and then they see your profile. They are underwhelmed, not impressed. Guess what? They're leaving. They're absolutely leaving. So your profile better be eye-catching. It better have lots of content. It better, and this is another thing, social proof is huge these days. I'll tell you what, if I'm looking at you and I'm like, yeah, I think this guy's got some interesting stuff. Okay. And I go to the person's wall and the cover photo isn't clear. They have the traditional canned statement of, I help blank do blank by blank. And then they have no comments on any of the stuff they're posting, or one or two comments. Sorry, I'm out of there. I'm absolutely out of there. Okay. So you have to assume that people are coming to your wall, and are you repelling them or are you magnetizing them? Okay. You have to be magnetizing people in this day and age, whether you're running ads or not. Okay. The Facebook profile is never going anywhere. And here's another thing too about the Facebook profile is that, we've bounced around. Business pages stopped working. Groups stopped working there for a while. They're now making a comeback, but you never know when Facebook is going to change that. But you know what's always there? Your profile. And as long as you are commenting in groups and interacting with people, they're coming to your profile. And then once they go to your profile, what's happening, people? What is happening? They're probably leaving. So you kind of have two directions to go here. You can either sink a bunch of money in ads and play the ad game, play the lottery, hope it works out, or you can tighten up your Facebook profile, get it looking really good, polish it up, and actually start attracting people. And once you start that, it's momentum. It keeps going. It keeps going and going and going. Pretty soon you have 2 or 3 comments per post. Then you have 5 or 6 comments per post. Then you start having 20 or 30. Engagement is so important. And I can't tell you how many people have said, engagement doesn't matter. You shouldn't base your worth on how many likes you get, how many comments you get, this sort of thing. Here's what I have to say. Engagement absolutely matters. You're crazy if you think it doesn't. But here's the problem. Most people don't know what to do with the engagement. So somebody comments and you're not taking that to the next level. Somebody puts a comment there and maybe you're like, oh yeah, great, thanks. Okay, yeah. But you're not continuing that. You're not moving them forward into that relationship with you. So now the engagement is wasted, and you might as well just who cares about the engagement, right? So the key is to magnetize people to your profile. Okay, utilize that engagement, because every little engagement is an opportunity. And then taking it off of your profile, having those conversations in Messenger, getting them into your group, getting them your freebie, whatever it is. So you can sit down and you can study your ads manager for 12 hours a day, trying to figure out this ad and putting this and blah, blah, blah. Or you can just spend some time on your profile, tighten up shit, and start your lead generation there. Either way, it's going to cost you. It's either going to cost you a little time or a little money. I like time. I'd rather pay out my time a little bit. And the other thing too is when you do ads, that's a one-time thing, it's a one-time thing. It doesn't keep giving. My Facebook profile is the gift that keeps giving. People are constantly coming to my profile. People refer people to my profile and say, hey, go check this girl out. She knows what she's doing. Go over there, go look at what she's doing. Get on her profile, follow her, right? It's the gift that keeps giving, because my profile, it entertains people, it adds value. I talk to people, I'm a real person. In my stories, I do a lot of behind the scenes stuff, so people get to see like I'm a real person, right? So you can't be like all business all the time. Nobody wants that anymore. People want to do business with people. So go be people, right? So that is, in a nutshell, how you can actually run a business on Facebook with 0 ads if you are strategic and thoughtful about it. If you go into it with intention, right? Not just like, oh, Facebook, I'm going to go post about this. And oh, I don't like the weather today. And I'm just going to post a never ending supply of inspirational quotes. Guess what? That worked in 2017. It does not work in 2019. And it certainly is not going to work in 2020. So get yourself a coach, get yourself, like I have actually a 6-figure profile program, actually. Find yourself somebody though, reach out to me if you want to, or find somebody in your circle, find somebody that can help you get your profile up and going. And then you never have to pay for ads. Okay. And I've decided I'm going to push for that 7-figure mark now, and I'm going to do it with no ads. I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm going to do it with no ads. Ads are kind of like icing on the cake. Once I get this thing going, I don't know, maybe I'll try ads in the future, but I think it'd be really fun to be able to be like, yeah, I got up to 7 figures and I didn't run a single ad. To this day, I've never run an ad, and I'm very successful. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. Okay. I don't have a college education. I don't have a degree. I recently became certified as a neuro coach. So my coaching has a layer of like neuroscience to it, but that all came after the 6 figures. Okay, that all came after. I started investing in that higher level education after. So you absolutely don't have to have ads if you're just willing to educate yourself on social media and do it the right way, right? Like if you go to somebody who says, oh, I'm going to teach you how to do your Facebook, and you go to their Facebook profile and it's crickets over there, that's not your person. Always hire somebody who's doing what it is that you want to have happen, okay? So that's it. So that's how you can actually get your business out there using Facebook instead of ads. So let me know if anybody has any questions. I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, that's a good point. I see that Mercedes joined us. Thanks for hopping on, Mercedes. And there's another person now because actually she's commenting in the post, and she says, I don't know, can you see the comments, Chelsea?
I can't.
All right. Yeah, Mercedes says it's good stuff. So she's excited about what you're sharing. If anybody else is excited, go ahead. And as Chelsea said, if you have any questions, but let me touch on, if you have any questions, just go ahead and put them in the comment section. But let me touch on the fact that you said time. You said that, you'd rather spend time than money. Obviously, we have a lot of people in the microwave generation right now, and a lot of people are, they want stuff right now. I mean, as soon as, you put it in the microwave, sometimes as soon as you put it in the stove, I mean, they want a nice, well done steak, and then it's red when they put it in the stove and they want it out in 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you know what? I have an 18-year-old daughter, so I get it. I get that generation completely. And I also have to say that if you're going to invest in something to speed things up, invest in coaching to be able to understand social media, because anything that you invest money in, it could speed things up. So you can invest money in ads, or you can invest money in coaching, so if you want to look at speeding it up and taking things faster, then you just get a coach rather than trying to figure out all the Facebook stuff on your own.
All right. So I guess exactly at what point did you, let me see, actually Mercedes has a question here. She said she looked at your profile. It says, what business did you scale to 6 figures? And I'll let you answer that, even though I know the answer to the question. So.
Okay, so I started out with direct sales, and I got that up to 6 figures. I was the number 4 recruiter in the company. I was actually only the 4th person to hit the top of the company. There's now, I think, hundreds that have hit the top of the company. So that was the first one that I did. And then I resigned from there. So I'm no longer in direct sales. And then I started my company, and I was doing, basically my company is called Epic Woman. And so I do coaching on lots of things. I do coaching on social media. I do coaching on weight loss. I do neuro coaching, a lot of different things. So I'm one of those that I don't have a specific niche. I do what the hell I want. I do what I want, and I have a lot of fun doing it, but I'm not an in the box kind of person. So I don't have, I tried that when I first started out. I was like, weight loss. I'm going to do weight loss because I lost a lot of weight, and I am layered in this neuro stuff, and I figured out how to rewire your brain around weight loss. So I took that and ran with it, but then I realized I was pretty miserable because I wasn't able to teach about social media, which I love, and I wasn't able to talk about all these other things. So now I have, and I just literally started it this month, my Epic Woman group that actually covers all the things. So when it comes to my coaching business, it's just about being an epic woman, whether you need help building a business, whether you need help losing weight, whether you need help with relationships, like whatever it is. It's all an Epic Woman. And I have an Epic Woman group that I built from 0 to, I think we're at 620 as of today, 620 beautiful humans in there. And the engagement is off the hook. Every time I post in there, we've got 30, 40, 50 comments going before the day's over. So like I said, it's about that momentum. It's about building that momentum.
So let me ask you this: as far as when you first got started, I mean, because if I'm an employee looking to, it's like I have no idea what I want to do as far as a business. I mean, you said pretty much that you got started in direct sales. And I mean, we can kind of touch on that because a lot of people actually, even I started in direct sales and didn't do too well. Actually, I signed up one good guy, and he was pretty much just promoting everything everywhere, talking to everybody. Every time you saw him, he was talking to somebody. But I mean, you know, as far as introverts and everything like that, it's like, how can you expect somebody just to get on, you know, I guess social media, do lives, and even just make posts and stuff? Because some people are actually scared to make posts online, just regular posts, just text posts.
Yeah, I think people are oftentimes afraid of what they don't understand, right? Like, I'm afraid of jumping out of an airplane because I really don't understand it. I haven't really taken the time to understand how the parachute works, what I'm gonna, like, people are afraid of what they don't understand. And that's why, like, when I'm coaching somebody or when they're in my program, I give them a step-by-step formula. I'm all about systems. I'm all about step-by-step, because once you have that step-by-step, you're like, oh, all I have to do is this. All I have to do is this. Honestly, I'll be honest about lives. These days, unless you already have a following, unless you have like something that people need to physically see, lives are actually kind of going like down the tubes. Stories are really where it's at. So lives, I mean, you could build a bit. I've made thousands of dollars off of a Facebook post that I didn't go live on. So I don't like to put too much emphasis on lives right now. I don't think it's necessary to have a lot of lives. They're just not as effective as they were, like, say, a year ago. A year ago, they were extremely effective, but then marketers, we always go in and we abuse everything, right? We say, oh, that's working. Let's all do it right now. And then we go and we all do it. And then people catch on and they're on to the next thing. So I just don't think lives are actually that great right now. In a situation like right now, how many viewers do we have right now?
Actually, right now, it looks like there's one person that actually on now. So Mercedes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Some people will catch this on the replay, which is fine, but lives in general are, I think, 10% of the strategy. So if you're out there and you're an introvert, you're thinking, oh, I just couldn't do this. I couldn't go put myself out there. Bullshit. That's just a story you're telling yourself. And listen, honey, if you want to make six figures, you're going to have to stick your toe in the water. Now, if you go to my profile, you'll see I'm not even in my own cover photo. Okay. Now, you do need your face to be in the profile. But, you know, that's a little tiny thing, right? And then you can choose something cool to put on the highlight thing. The thing is, it's all about interaction. It's not necessarily anymore about me showing up and telling everybody what to do. It's more about interaction and conversation. In fact, I have a whole other course that I have just on conversations alone, because people are so clueless now on social media. They don't even know how to have conversations anymore, because we're in this generation of like, yes, no, seriously, but you don't even spell seriously, right? You just put SRSLY. What is that? I have no idea, but people don't know how to talk anymore. They just talk in these little hieroglyphs and emojis, which I understand. That's cool. I do it too. But if you don't know how to have an actual conversation, you're going to be in trouble. And conversations, even introverts have conversations. Introverts, extroverts, all the people have conversations, right? Unless you're a hermit. If you're a hermit, then you shouldn't be trying to build a six-figure business. But yeah, I don't think introverts, that's not an excuse. You can still absolutely do all of this and still be not as visible. You know, like, you don't have to be totally visible. Even if if you're running ads, you still have to be visible, right? In fact, now they're saying, like, with ads, because I still follow all the ad stuff, even though I don't run them. But now they're saying authenticity is better. They want you to take a selfie, like a grainy selfie, so it looks very authentic, or just like hold your camera and go live and talk to people and don't look like you're put together or ready to go. That's the new trend in ads right now, right? It's the trend in stories. It's the trend everywhere. People are going back to wanting authenticity over that super polished brand. So, you know, now's the time to dive in and capitalize on that before it flips back again. And then everybody starts wanting that super professional brand, which might not appeal as much to the introverts. Does that make sense?
That's a good point. That's a good point. And Mercedes had another question, and she was saying, yes, stories for sure. And she says, nice. She says, what are your thoughts on free Facebook groups? I guess she means free Facebook groups. So I guess she's
Free
talking
Facebook groups. Yeah, I think groups are definitely making a comeback. So if you rewind about, I don't know, sorry. If you rewind about, I don't know, 5 years ago, probably about 5 years ago, us marketers went cray and started making all these groups for all these different things, and everybody was all into it. But then it got to be too many. We started adding people to groups that they didn't ask to be added to. The direct sellers got in the mix. They started going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, everybody groups, everything, and it ruined groups. So for a couple of years, people were like, get me out of these groups. I don't want to be in a group. Ugh. Okay. So it's just now coming back around to where actually people started getting smarter and using groups the right way. So yes, now is the time to have a group if you actually do it the right way. And what I mean by do it the right way, I mean, you know, well, there's a lot to it, but you have to have like a mission. You can't just make a group for the sake of having a group. There has to be a mission or a vision behind it. You know, and to work the algorithm, you want to make sure that you have 100 people in that group waiting list before you let anybody in. You want to make sure that the group is jam-packed full of good stuff, pack it full of value, okay? Pack it full of value, 20 or 30 things of value in there. Then what you want to do is you want to have 3 or 4 people go in there and comment on everything that's existing, okay? Comment on everything that's existing. And Mike, you're starting a new group, so here's all this for you too. Have somebody like those 5 or 6 people and just tell them, you know, hey, I will give you my free niche workbook, or I'll give you this or whatever, you know, give people an incentive. Say, if you can go on my group and comment on 10 things, okay? Then what you want to do is you want to let 50 people in, because you can only tag 50 people at a time in a Facebook group post, okay? So what you want to do is you want to let 50 people in. You want to tag them in a post, and it's all done through Facebook. You have to be on the computer. And Facebook in the upper right-hand corner on your group, it'll say, you have 50 new people this week. And you say, okay, I accepted 50 people. Now I'm going to make a post, and I'm going to welcome these people. I'm going to put on that post, I'm going to say, thank you so much for joining. Here's what this group is about. Here's what you can expect to get from it. Because oftentimes people join groups and they're not really sure why, or they don't really understand, whatever. Okay, so you're going to tell them that. Then you're going to say, make sure that you go to the welcome post, watch the live, or read the rules, however you have it set up. And then on that, also on that welcome post, you're going to make sure that you say something like, please comment your name below so that I know that you saw this. Now, you want to have engagement through the roof, because when those 50 people come in, it pumps up the whole group. That means everybody in the group is now going to see more posts. So you want to make sure to have at least 3 or 4 questions in there, maybe a couple of polls. Again, some value on every single post. You want to encourage a comment. So always have something there for them to interact with. So you set it all up like that. Then after you welcome those 50 people, then you welcome the next 50, and so on and so forth. And then even to this day, I mean, I have 620 people in my group. As soon as I rack up another 50, boom, out goes another welcome post. And I welcome them. I'm like, here's where you go. Here's what you do. Here's blah, blah, blah. And I give them the little spiel. So if you do your group the right way, they can be phenomenal. But I see too many people open up a group and then they add 10 friends. And then they're like, what do we do? I created this group so we can all talk and communicate. But then nobody talks and communicates. And then you trickle in another 10 people and there's no activity and nobody's doing anything. And okay. So if you're going to do a group, do it strategically, do it smart, and then they're good. Okay. And then your group won't die because they'll take off a life of its own. My group, like, they're posting now. They comment to each other. It's not even just people commenting. It's a person commenting saying, here's my win for the week. And then other people underneath are going, yeah, that's awesome. Yay, good for you. Blah, blah, blah. They're loving it. They can't get enough of being in that darn group. Because I was strategic. I didn't rush it. I said, here's what I'm going to do. And I took my time with it. So if you do it that way, groups are amazing. Yes, 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 go have a group. Now, if you're just going to go open a random group and blah, 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 no, then don't do it.
Now, should the groups be, I don't know if Mercedes touched on this. I don't know if she actually wanted you to answer this question or if she was just talking about Facebook groups in general. Should they be free or should you charge people? Well, obviously your group should be free, but how do you feel on charging people for a Facebook group to come into a Facebook
Well,
group.
if you're charging them for a Facebook group, now it's either a subscription or a program.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's totally fine. I mean, again, whether you're, I mean, you really can have both, and that's a whole other question more about, I think, you know, what your business layout is. It totally depends. I don't think there's a good or a bad. I have groups. I have my free group, and then I have groups that are, paid subscriptions that I put content in, so they pay for those. So it just depends on what you want. I don't think there's like a wrong or right. It just depends on the intention behind the group. Is the intention to support somebody who paid to be in one of your programs? Is the intention to actually put the program content in there? Is the intention to create a tribe, a community where you can go in and sell your stuff? It just depends on what the intention is. Facebook groups can be used for anything, and I think it's all great.
And then it looks
Sorry
like
if I messed that question up the first time. I didn't hear it properly.
no, that's fine. That's fine.
I didn't have my listening ears on. Sorry. Let me fix
That's
that.
fine. Yeah, so it looks like Dean joined us. Dean says done is better than perfect. So I guess he's commenting on the fact that a lot of people just pretty much wait, and say, well, I don't have this perfect, I just go ahead and take action immediately. So
I'm gonna have to kind of disagree on that one. I'm gonna go middle ground on that one, because done is better than perfect, but if you slap it together without thinking about it, you're going to end up with a pile of crap on your hands and then be looking back going, why didn't this work? So I think that, done is good, but done with intention, done strategically. Yeah. I mean, you have to jump, right? We're definitely not going to wait for it to be perfect, but there has to be some thought behind it.
that's true. That's true. And Mercedes was saying that's exactly what she was talking about. She said she has one paid subscription group, but she was wondering if a free group would be worth it to collect leads.
Yes. Yes. If you have time, absolutely. Yeah. I think, like I said, here's the thing. If I had to pick one thing, I'm going to vote for Facebook profile. If your Facebook profile is still garbage, no, don't be starting no free group.
Good point. That's a good point. And Dean was saying, oh no, definitely have some thought behind it, 100% with intention.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
yes, but action is important. That's why I said I'm going to go middle ground on that one, because there does need to be some thought, but at the same time, we do have to take some action and then also learn as we go and improve things as we go. So definitely.
And then that was actually a good point that I want to actually touch on with Mercedes. So I know that you mentioned in your story earlier coming up, it was obviously, I guess you had issues with the Facebook algorithm. So how important is it to start collecting email leads immediately as far as email? Because a lot of people talk about how these social media platforms, they control the algorithm, all that, and then kind of, as you just saw, pretty much destroyed your business. So do you have a big email list, or do you think people should, start collecting emails ASAP?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think in this day and age of technology, you should always be in the habit of being omnipresent, being in multiple locations, and then using one to feed into the other. So what I did is, before I even had an email, because here's the thing, if you just go start trying to build an email list without a following, you're going to be just collecting one here, one there. They're not engaged, and it's going to probably not be too pretty. But if you start building on social media and you start building a following and then start building an email list, now you're going to have a more engaged email list. So I do believe that I just now started building an email list a couple months ago, just now. I built an entire 6-figure business from my Facebook profile alone. No ads, no email list, no nothing. Just engaging, having conversations, and that's it. I didn't have a Facebook group. I didn't have nothing. So I do think it's important to have to have an email list, yes. But that should be like icing on the cake, right? That should be something you think about building, like after you build momentum on social media. And when I say social media, it could be anywhere, maybe your jam is Instagram. Maybe your jam is Twitter. Maybe your jam is LinkedIn. Whatever floats your boat. Maybe YouTube, right? But build that following first, so that way when you do start building an email list, you have momentum. Your email list open rates are pretty high, right? I have some emails that go out and I get like a 50% open rate on them. If I would have started it before I built all that momentum, it would just be like crickets, kind of pointless. So I think you should warm people up first and then get them on your email list. And yes, it is important to have emails because, I mean, Facebook could die tomorrow, right? Instagram, I mean, one time Facebook, it was just recently, right? Just a couple months ago, it went down for like the whole day.
I remember
And
that.
a lot of people couldn't access it. And it really did show like, you know, yeah, you can be vulnerable to that. But I will say also, Facebook, if it does go somewhere, people will find somewhere else to go. There's already other platforms out there. So you wouldn't be at a complete loss, you know what I mean? Especially if you're building up things like, I know that people would come looking for me, right? Like they'd be like, okay, Facebook is down. I'm going to go find her on Instagram. I'm going to go find her there because, you know, people want to hear what I have to say about stuff, right? So, so basically, yes, you need an email list, but don't overthink that too soon in the process. If you are not getting people to comment on your Facebook, then you're not going to get people to open your emails either. So like one thing at a time, right? Hopefully
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Dean says be omnipresent, so be everywhere
Yeah.
at you know, multiple
The more
times.
places you can be, the better. Yeah.
So
But
I guess
here's the thing: you want to go 80% on one thing, and then dibble dabble to 20% on the other. Like be everywhere, but don't spread yourself equally amongst everything. Like I'm on Instagram on stories. I maybe post on Instagram once a week. You know, I'm on YouTube. I create videos every once in a while, so I'm there, but it's definitely not like where I'm mainly at. Right? Does that make sense?
that makes sense. So I guess you're well, I don't want to get too into, I guess, too specifics or too specific with your audience or whatever. But I mean, a lot of people are talking about how Facebook is just for older people now. So do you agree with that? Do you see? I mean, if you have a younger audience, should you be on Facebook, or should you be looking at another platform?
Yeah, so definitely that's very valid, and I actually totally agree with that. I'm old, so I'm on Facebook. Yeah, absolutely. So the younger people, like, it basically starts like this: the youngest people are on Snapchat, then the next level of people are on Instagram, then the next level are on Facebook. That's pretty much how it works. And the money follows that. The people with the least amount of money are on Snapchat. The people with the mid-range amount of money are on Instagram. And the people with the most money are on Facebook. You know, again, this is averages. This is not everybody. Of course, there's 19-year-old millionaires that are on Snapchat, right? Like there's always the exception to the rule. But for the most part, people that are a little bit older, they have their wealth established. They have a little bit more money to play with. Sometimes they might have more time. So really, it doesn't necessarily depend on who you are. It depends on who your audience, who you need to, who your ideal client is, right? So if you're younger and your ideal client is older, then you need to be on Facebook and just suck it up, sister. Go play with your friends on Instagram. And then when you're ready to do business with your ideal clients, you come to Facebook, right? So it doesn't really so matter much how old you are. It matters how old your ideal clients are.
Yeah, that makes sense. So looking back at your journey, so I mean, if you were to start over, would you do the exact same thing, or would you have another model, another system? I mean, obviously now, hindsight's 2020. So I mean, obviously you're successful without running ads.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't think
I actually was just on a summit where the question was, if you had to start from scratch and get to 6 figures in 90 days, what would you do? Like you had no friends, no following, no nothing. So I'll kind of try to do a little recap of what I said, because that was like a whole other hour. I don't think we can do that today, Mike. But basically, I would start out by sending friend requests and posting lots of cool stuff for people to talk about on my Facebook page. So again, I would set up my Facebook page. I've set up my Facebook profile to be really killer. And then as people accept my friend request, I'm going to have stuff on my newsfeed for them to start interacting with. That's the first thing I would do, is just build friends, build relationships. And then I would start providing value. I'd start showing like, hey, this is what I know. This is what I can help you with. And I'd give tons of free content, just like, hey, come check me out, right? Then that way people trust you. Then after they trust you, then you can be like, hey, I'd actually like to talk to you about this program that I have, help you take things to the next level, or this coaching or whatever. And I think this can go very fast. If you have 12 hours a day to sit there and mess around on, or 8 hours a day to sit there and mess around on Facebook, like it's your full-time job, this can move very fast. This can go very fast. You could be selling stuff before the end of the week if you play the cards right. But that would be my first thing, is to tighten up my profile, get my profile going, and just go all in on that and making friends. That would be the very first thing that I would do. In fact, I would focus on that 100,000,000% until I got to like 500 or 600 friends, got some followers, and then I'd try selling, and then I'd move into selling. But I wouldn't mess with having a business page. I wouldn't mess with a group. I wouldn't mess with creating events. I wouldn't mess with any of that. It would be my Facebook profile and making friends.
All right. And then Dean, actually, he came in a little late. So he was saying that he says, I don't know if you touched on it, where she did, Dean, a little bit, but I don't think she specifically named 3 things. But his question is, what's 3 things that makes a killer Facebook profile?
3 things that make a killer Facebook profile. Number 1 is social proof. So you need to be posting good content that people will talk on. Okay. So social proof would be number 1. Number 2 is the personal branding. Okay. You have to have something that stands out. So your cover photo, your highlight photo, your profile photo, make sure that they're intriguing and interesting. Like last night, somebody sent me a friend request, and it was his face, just a collar, shirt, whatever. And he was just a very basic smile with a white background, white shirt. And then his cover photo was like a bookshelf, like just zoomed in, so you just saw books. I was like, I'm on his profile. I don't know what the hell he does. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he has to offer me. I'm out of there. So look at it from somebody else's perspective, like self-audit. So make sure that your pictures are looking good and eye-catching, and that they show what you are doing or what you have to offer. In the past, I used to have my cover photo was me on stage, because that shows people like, oh, she's a speaker. She has spoken on stage. If she speaks on stage, then she's probably offering value. It might be worth to be friends with this person. So making sure that your profile is visually pleasing and also standing out and conveying a message. Do not be vanilla. Okay, so that would be the second thing I would do. And then the third thing to have a really killer profile would probably be just in the comments, talking to people. And I know, because the first part is having social proof, like the comments and content. So content is 1, comments another, and visual aesthetics would be the third. So I'll sum it up like that. I actually, like I said previously, in case you missed it, I do have an entire program called the 6-Figure Profile. It's actually on sale right now for $297. If anybody's interested, totally happy to pass that info on to you, where I break down step by step exactly how to set up the cover photo, exactly how to set up the highlight photo. Man, people are screwing these things up so badly. How to post, how often to post, when to post short form, when to post long form, how to post short form, how to post long form. It's like a treasure.